Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 14th of February 2021. I hope you're still hanging on to your sanity as we go through the madness, the planned, orchestrated, well-directed madness that we're going through. Years in the planning, of course, and no amount of tax money spared to pay the bigwigs that really work and operate on your mind, you know, how to predictive programmers and get them on board, psychologists and neurologists and neuroscientists and all kinds of neuros, you might say. And behaviorists, because they work together, well-paid teams and batteries of them, just like any other regular army department, and they have them with the behavioral insights teams and many other cyber warrior teams as well, like the 77th Brigade in Britain, lots in the States. And Canada's also using some British and some in the States ones, along with their own ones. They've been using them across the world for taking down other nations, to destroy the cultures, undermine them, putting in bloggers even for years in advance of the system, of the takedown, the soft power takedown, sometimes leading to hard power, of course. But soft power is persuasion and getting the teams worked up of dissidents within countries that might take cash too, and who are unhappy with everything, or even some things is exacerbated, of course, with constant propaganda techniques. And then you bring them on your side and you supply them with leaders. In fact, you supply their leaders regardless. And then you have them have soft takedowns within nations. You can see them coming down across the different countries we've been involved in for the last 30, 40 years. Continuously, by the way. And you've seen countries being overthrown by them too. But they're using them now completely within their own countries. Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the US, and quite a few other ones, India too, although Commonwealth countries as well. So it's a well-formulated plan to bring in the new society. The new society is a different society where this nuisance thing called rights and human rights and democracy, have to go by the wayside. I mean, the Club of Rome, the big think tank, said it, for goodness sake, in their own writings over and over, that democracy just didn't work for the planners and the directors of where the world's supposed to go. It's just too cumbersome. And if you get it out the roads, you can get on with the big plan, the big agenda. Nothing new in it, of course. H.G. Wells touched on it way back in the 1920s when he showed you things to come and the Brave New World type scenario that he envisaged, not the one of Huxley. They eventually merged to an extent, but what Wells saw was a system again where the big planners and engineers could have the technocracy types on behalf of those who ruled at the very, very top, the dominant minority, as Huxley called them, that they would really, nothing would stop them, nothing would impede progress, as I like to call it. And you would have definitely a class system of the higher intelligentsia at the top that run the financial systems, the con games that keeps us all dancing like puppets to their tunes, and using all the professionals beneath them, academia and scientists of all kinds, mainly in the mind too, to manage society. And we're living through it. This is all part of it. People never really get it. They still think that there's somehow, and it's true enough, you're born into a system, and it doesn't matter what system you're born, you always think it's quite normal, simply because it exists, you see. And every country is the same. In the Soviet Union countries, the Soviet bloc countries, the youngsters born after the revolutions or takeovers literally thought it was all quite natural, just because it existed that way. So it had to be natural. That's how they see it. It's very simple. We have to adapt into it. And the adult parents too, then they pass on the same indoctrination to their children before the children even get off to school. And so you take for granted your reality must be the only kind there is. What I'm saying is there's nothing new in what I'm saying. To me, it's just repetition, because I gave these talks back in the late 90s and early 2000 when I came out to talk about them all, because I knew it was coming down the pike. At that time, the so-called movement inside the US, the alternate movement, was really navel-gazing, thinking it was just little bits and pieces of rights being taken away over land and things. They didn't realize the big picture was worldwide. and that their own country was financing most of it across the planet, the takeaways of rights and property. Farming too, been decimated. Because after all, farming is just too important to be left to farmers, said the United Nations head of the Department for Agriculture some years back. That's what she actually said. So they really mean it. You don't realize that most things are legislated out of being able to work. They sort of make so many regulations that you can't continue, and so you go under. It's quite easy, isn't it? It's the same principle as depopulation by different techniques. And you'll find from the people who brought in a lot of restrictions and depopulation from Malthus onwards, all the way up to Charles Galton, Darwin, the physicist. They talked about ways of reducing population by using simple techniques such as economics. If you make it, give them a system, the working classes have in Britain was a great example for all this. It's a classic, really. It's a textbook case. And it was a pioneer country they used it all on, with their own people, the working class people kept on subsistence wages for a long, long time. And they studied them intently to find out how they coped and how they got around and how they even managed to even keep living. It was really quite an experiment on behalf of the elite that worked on, the scientific elite that worked on behalf of the dominant minority. Nothing's changed there, except they're much, much bigger groups running it all, with mass communication and instant communication amongst them to make it more efficient, of course. But yeah, the people who are malnourished often have more miscarriages than live birth, you see. This is well understood. It's been done before and studied before in other nations too, like Africa, across Africa, and India. And China too. China is very interesting in that regards, because even before communism brought in the one-child policy and mandatory abortion for a while, China had always had areas you have a collectivist type people that really, India is similar to where they all accumulate in the big cities if they can, where they think money or work is going to be, and leave fewer folk on the land to feed them, basically. But the folk on the land at least have the food and a bit of sanity and peace and quiet to an extent compared to those in the cities. Cities are artificial environments, like Plato talks about how they bring in a new society using the cities because it was artificial, which means that your whole culture and system within it would have to be altered artificially to suit the artificial system, which it is. And so, but China had strict policies, even many hundreds of years ago, to do with population control. And they'd use starvation. Other countries used starvation. In the Middle Ages, you saw starvation implemented by the landowners, the lords, the landlords. That's where it comes from. They were lords, and that's where that term comes from, that we use more flippantly today. But as grandiose as it sounds, they were really lords from the Middle Age, from the Normans, And the Normans came in with this system into Britain and put these lords across they gave them bits of lands across the country, and they became the sirs, the lorded, the knighted sirs, basically, and lords that managed it. Some of them even up to this day in some parts of the European or British Empire, or the European Empire, or the Norman Empire, the old Norman Empire, and even Scotland. A lot of the old clan lords that really were not descended from Scots. Really, they were actually Normans, a lot of them, and Scotland is still run by. They've had articles in the papers a few years ago. It's the most feudalistic system still surviving in modern Europe. And about 5 major lords still exist, that came from their old Norman descendants. So we're living in a strange reality. Most folk growing up in the countries generally don't even know what's there. Again, you take things for granted. Well, these lords existed, so they must be ours, really. Okay. And many of them literally interbred for centuries with their own stock, ethnic stock, like Normans did, you know. Folk forget too that the court in England at one time was mainly French speaking for a long, long time. But again, the reality that you're given is mythical, because they don't want you to think about that. They want you to think you're all one people, because then you can use you all together for warfare purposes, or let's strive together to beat COVID, etc. You all starve to death and we'll manage the starvation for you, you know, that kind of thing. Do it for the good of all, you know, that kind of thing. That's where we can always, we're all the same. No, we're not the same at all. We've never been the same, any more than World War II saw people in the upper classes, in the noble classes, becoming thin through restrictions of their diet. They didn't have that problem any more than they'll have it when they're bringing the meatless society for all of you. And I really mean that, because that's part of the big agenda, as you well know, that Prince Charles is pushing on everybody for sustainability. He found his cause at last, the guy who literally was called the Prince without a cause, because he had no purpose for a long time. And they gave him that job, take over from his daddy, Philip, who is very open about eugenics and depopulations and talks about mass culls in the animal world, and you can bring that to the human world as well. And he used to give his talks to the Sierra Club and different organizations he was chairman of, at least one of the heads of. And that's what they all existed for. It wasn't saving animals, it was grabbing their farmland so folk couldn't use it. And some of the best farmland across Africa and different countries as well. Nothing's ever as it really seems, you know. And then you'd be called a conspiracy theorist if you go against the grain of the history books or the mainstream media at times that covers the tracks. Remember Rockefeller, when he thanked the media? He thanked the CEOs and of the media companies for keeping the secret what their organizations were up to, keeping it secret from the general public by consent, by not telling the public. That's printed, you know, it's not conspiracy theory, it's a fact. It is astonishing how we're brought up in fairy tales, absolute fairy tales. And you're living through a fairy tale right now as well, where the victim, the big bad wolf, that causes it all, I might say. Let's just say it's a big bad, it's a pack of wolves. And again, they have the ruling wolves, you see, then they have the scientific wolves and the public relations companies that work for them, and marketing companies and experts in the mind, how to put things across and con the victims. They're managing us all like a domestic herd that they eat, in a sense. You know? They certainly feed off us. And now it's time to start bringing the herd down, for goodness sake. Because the herd's got... it's hard to get the animals to move when they're quite content. And at least a little content, eh? Better than their ancestors ever had it to an extent. But it's a nuisance, because now that they're content, they really believe that the rights that they talk about really exist. And it is their right to have those rights. That's the big problem. The only way you can take it away from them is for the wolf to come up with a big plan, you know. A wartime scenario. It has to be a wartime scenario where you give up all your rights under emergency power so they can keep you safe. And they talked about that, you know, the Club of Rome and all the other big think tanks that work for the elite, you see. And you're living through it right now. And you will never come out of this system if you allow it to continue the way it's going. I've talked about you are your own champion. You know, you have to make decisions and you have to speak out. You have to do it. Leave it to others, and believe me, most of the others will be put out by the wolves themselves, and you'll never figure that out. That's how it's been up until now. But yeah, you've definitely got Bill Gates out there, and some of the different videos he's been involved in, and his talks he's given. You know, this strange character with a history of, you know, where daddy was in Planned Parenthood and was in eugenics movements, and where they classified superior and medium and inferior types and so on. and numbers, too many of the wrong kind, you know. And here's the savior of the people who just became a philanthropist and who actually talks about how much money he gets back, this philanthropist, for every dollar that he puts out there in philanthropy, he gets at least 10 back. Eh? I'm sure he's doing a lot better now with COVID, and he's got fingers in every pie, including WHO and Fauci's organizations and everywhere, actually, when you think about it. And the media. And different companies that are profiting off COVID. Yeah. But yeah, you can still live in the myth. They're all there to help you. Even though they had all the tabletop exercises, all the same organizations that are working with them now, under the supposedly the real event, with the practice events leading up to this. All the same characters. How to get the public to succumb to their demands and do what they're told by terrorizing them. How to shut up everybody who won't shut up by deplatforming them, with the leaders of the big social media companies all on board with them during the exercises, by the way. They admitted to have them all on board already before COVID came out. Right down to even arresting people who won't shut up, you know. Because you see, this is the whole sustainability agenda. The climate change was really put up there for initially to make it all happen through, but climate change wasn't cooperating with them. We're ignoring them. And that can't go on. You know, people are still making money and opening up small businesses and so on, and they got to cut it all off and destroy it. And so they did it economically, just like, as I mentioned earlier. Economics is a great way to reduce the population, just make things just too expensive or unavailable, especially necessities. And you watch the people plummet very quickly, you know. There's a war going on and the folk don't know it. They don't know it. But they're trying to coerce everybody into complying with this very important demand that you all get vaccinated. It's very important to them. For an experimental mRNA vaccine. It's not really a vaccine, it's to modify the cells in your body, actually. And that's true, that's what it is supposed to do. All the vaccines were weakened or dead viruses. They would literally, with a lot of other nasty stuff they'd pump into your body. But the idea then, the theory then was your body would pick up these little, almost like jigsaw puzzles, and recognize them forever and create antibodies which they'd always recognize forever, or at least for many years, and then attack the real thing if it came into your system. That's how it worked. That was the idea behind it, the theories behind it. And even those vaccines had a lot of fallout too. They'd love to hush their fallout problems. And I'll put up some links tonight to some organizations, perhaps, that they're there to show you real life incidents of people being harmed by certain vaccines. And there's nothing you can put in your body that's safe, not even a pill, for goodness sake. They actually say it in the bottles, eh? You know that, don't you? And that's why under the different codes and Nuremberg Code, they're supposed to get informed consent from anything that they offer to you. It's supposed to be, everything's supposed to be offered, not mandated. And informed consent doesn't say, oh, this is good for you, take it now. Be a good person and do what you're told. That's not informed consent. Informed consent has to show you the facts of the percentages of people who have bad reactions, sometimes life-altering reactions, that's like damaged health and so on, and some deaths as well. That should be told to you, you see. That's a legality that's been ignored right now. Even though through 1980, it was in 1986, they came out with, under Reagan, they came out with the blanket immunity for vaccine companies or anybody that also uses this stuff. That was the idea behind it, blanket immunity. And that's when they went to town creating brand new vaccines for everything you can ever imagine, and a lot of stuff you could never imagine, actually. Because it's massive business. But it's also a great way, if you think about it, for the characters And there are some really, really despicable characters that really are right out of James Bond movies. And the dominant minority that are running the world today, and definitely in their helpers, are rather visible, very visible. To do with too many of you. And Mr. Gates saying, I'll put up the video tonight too. They came out just a couple of days ago, again, with Bill Gates talking about the vaccination in population. And there's definitely a cabal that all know each other. They all share the same cash for their organizations. Though in every institution that's reaping a harvest now from your tax money, they find ways to supposedly defeat COVID, which, of course, like any other virus like that, can't really be defeated. All it can do is spawn strains galore, just like the common cold or the flu. That's why. So why are they giving you this mRNA? Well, they said, according to Gates, you see, according to him, this is like a platform that he has a patent on, or a partial patent on at least, for mRNA vaccines, and he has the base model that it can alter a little bit here and there for anything else that comes down the pike. This is to be the vaccine base, the platform for all future infections of pretty well everything. Any other business, if you get the CEO of a company demanding that every government gets on board with his products, and plans a future for permanent sales of his, you would say, this is disgusting. What corruption? Well, how come you're not saying it here, How come all the media is completely on board with this too? Even when folk are dying of the vaccine. But they say it's all coincidental. I said this last year, that they have to cover their tracks for everything they do, because this is written in stone. They're not going to, literally, until you, and you're all going to be given the choice here for an experimental, they call it vaccine, experimental. It hasn't been approved. It's given emergency recommendations, leeway to be used, but it's not been legally approved, and it's experimental. And the media is telling you it's quite safe. Well, who in the media is in the medical profession and virology, etc.? None of them. So you've got reporters telling you from handouts that this is safe on you, and the same newspapers will tell you later, if you keep reading and reading and reading, they'll tell you, well, they're not going to do follow-ups on you. They're asking you for side effects and so on, since it is an experimental vaccine. Well, if it's experimental, why are they asking for side effects for the stage 3? Because you see, you are the stage 3. You are part of the experiment, because it isn't known to be safe yet. It takes years to see what the side effects are all going to be, not just immediate ones you're seeing. And the death rate, regardless of what they want to claim, it's nothing to do with the vaccine, I mean, Sherlock Holmes would have a great time with this, Well, Watson, generally the straight point from A to B, but what happened in between gives you the clue as to what the cause is. I wonder what that could be. Okay. Terrible things are being done here. Terrible things. And really, this is out of science fiction, dystopic movies, really, because they convince the population, the target group, that you're the enemy, remember, for sustainability. What did the climate change say? All the specialists, the Club of Rome, that were given the task to find a reason to put a war upon the public, really, to bring the population. Well, you see, we hit upon the idea that plague, famine, and drought, and diseases, that would fit the bill. So man himself was the enemy, you see. That's what they said in their own writings. So here they are convincing all the public, you see, that's been targeted as the enemy for sustainability, to take an experimental vaccine that already has shown you terrible side effects in a lot of people and deaths as well. And at the same time, they admit you got 0.4% or less chance of having a bad reaction to the actual virus or dying of it. You got more chance of terrible side effects from the vaccine. Why would you risk yourself on that basis? One of the doctors that died recently, and again, now that, see, doctors are elevated to a special status, they walk on water, you see, they're advising you all the time. So they get more credence when you show them the doctors that are dying of this. The rest of you don't matter, you're peasants, you understand, in this new technocracy. You're not a specialist, you see. But when the specialists themselves die, oh my goodness, that's terrible. They died after the shot. Wouldn't get the same impact for Joe Blow, No. So we have to use better people, as examples to get any impacts at all. Elevated people, eh? But one of them, they found out he died after the shot. And they said that he didn't have at the time COVID. So goodness knows what test they tried to use, and most of the testing's bogus anyway, with false positives and negatives, etc. But they said he didn't have a COVID infection at the time, right? Now, they wouldn't even bother telling you that if it was Joe Blow. So they're really confused about it, because he showed in his bloodstream, right, that he had antibodies, naturally acquired antibodies, so natural immunity after having it last year or whenever, which happens to most folk. You can develop your antibodies that'll last you for years, maybe for life. No pain, from developing your own antibodies, no side effects the same way. And your own antibodies don't cause you to keel over and die because your antibodies. However, they also found in his system they had the synthetic type, the partially synthetic type, because they understood. They know it comes from this one. This other antibody came from the vaccine he was given. It produced a type of antibody, but not the same kind, eh? So they could even tell that. What was wrong with his own antibodies? Nothing. Would he still be alive today if he just left it at that, had his own antibodies without the vaccine? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, he already recovered from COVID when he had it, right, by himself. He probably didn't know he had anything wrong with him. Do you understand what's going on here? So the media actually had a little quandary because he's a doctor. That holy word. But I'm sure they'll say, like everyone else, other doctors have died already, other ones with thrombocytopenia and so on after the shot. That's another big coincidence, eh? Yeah. Maybe it'll be a new psychiatric thing that'll cause the problem. You see, you're dying after the shot out of the incredible sudden relief you had that you know you're safe now after getting the shot, and you just can't handle it, so you die, you see. Maybe it's a shock that you actually managed to get the vaccine after being constantly told every day, it's so scarce as to bring in billions and get them across the planet, eh? You're paying for the whole planet to get them, because it's big business. But anyway, that's where you are with all of this right now. You're going through all of this, we're living through it. And again, it's another fake reality on a war scale, because they had to use a war scale to bring it all in, strip you off your rights and freedoms, just like 9/11 happened. Yeah. A couple of towers in the US went down. Let's lock down the whole planet with 9/11, strip everybody in every country off their rights and freedoms and privacy. Complete racketeering cons, eh? And this is part 2. To bring in the new society, the new world, Mr. Schwab's world, the planned society with experts like him with his big rubber mouth there. That's what it looks like, a rubber mouth to me. It's a character of James Bond, isn't he? He really is. And you see some other people on the panels that he works with, the WEF, they really do look like some characters out of James Bond movies. I've said it before, that's where a lot of Fleming's stories came from. It wasn't countries you worried about. Countries had their deals, Russia, and they wouldn't nuke you, and you wouldn't nuke them, and so on. But the real problems came from these rich cabals of incredibly rich crooks, who were utterly ruthless and had no problems defying basic laws of lands and laws of people and so on. None at all. In fact, they thought it was a right to do whatever they wanted to do with the little people. It's astonishing. It really is. You can't make this stuff up, can you? You're living through it. And some of the characters that speak on behalf of Schwab as well, in the same club. I was looking at their names. One of them was called Spectre, just like the movie James Bond with the Spectre group. Oh my goodness, eh? Remember the one too where you had Moonraker and Bond goes off into space to defeat the guy who went into space to a big massive space station he had built quietly, and it was invisible to Earth. And he brought with him his own Noah's Ark, of all the 2x2s, humans that would survive and repopulate the Earth that he was going to annihilate. You see all the human life on it. Well done. It was a good idea of eugenics in action, you see. And he was going to set off these special spheres containing specially bred types of fungal flora that would disperse over the atmosphere and come down to Earth and sterilize everybody and kill a lot of people too, you see. That'd be the end of the problem. It's well done, the movie itself, and exciting as all the Bond movies were. They put a lot of money into it. Futuristic, but the whole problem is too very feasible as well. Because we have the characters in real life giving the same talks as the character and the main character in that movie, the villain. We've got them on stage, like I say, like Bill Gates talking about overpopulation and ways to reduce it. We have them, and they're presented to you by the same media. They're all at the moment, actually. Anyway, they're all partnered together, these corporations. As somehow champions of the people. Do you understand the incredible psychological program undergoing right now? They're working right now on all of us, convincing you, the enemy, what they tell us the planet. You're the enemy of the planet and sustainability, because you consume. Every person that's not necessary is consuming. Every child born that's not necessary is consuming the Earth's resources, which really belong to the elite, They know how to manage it better than you. You just consume it. They stroke it and polish it. At least they get the people to polish it for them because they can afford to, But they've got to convince you to stop consuming the goods and to start to accept you're not really necessary anymore. Don't you feel bad and guilty about it? Why don't you just take this pill? Do the right thing, old boy. As they have psychologists out there and professors, and the same media keep churning them out every few years to tell you, yeah, you should all die around 65, just like A Brave New World. See, there's nothing new under the sun. That's what Brave New World was about as well. A planned society. We'd have a great old life, for the ones that would live, that is, in their advanced city state. And at a certain age, you would just get sick and die. Pretty painlessly. And they would celebrate death. They would teach the children to celebrate death. And you got the same characters, these professors, getting a world stage every so often to say the same things like, why don't you all just die at 65 and leave that money for the state, because they know how to use it better than you will on your little selfish self there, you know. That little pension for the working classes, that makes them, you can maybe pay off your rent, you know, and buy yourself a new pair of pants or shoes once in a blue moon. The state would use that money much better on proper causes, you know. It's so true. Why don't you just do the right thing? Is it trying to make you feel guilty? Youngsters are sick. They've been indoctrinated with this propaganda at school, intense indoctrination, like Mr. Socialist Gorbachev talked about years ago. We must create a form of, he says, after telling school children in this book, he says, yeah, I told the school children in question and answers thing, he says, no, I don't believe in God. He says, I'm a socialist, he says, and a humanist, you know? And we can work out our own destiny. Well, they certainly believe they can if you give them the power. Well, you don't give them the power, they just take it, you see. But he also said, he says, we must create a new religion, after saying he's an atheist, a new religion, based a kind of earth worship, he says, for the children. Well, they did it all since then. And you know, youngsters now, and teenagers and young adults, literally either homicidal or suicidal. They want to kill everybody else that's older than them as an enemy of the planet, destroying it all, even though the planet's doing pretty good. And hate themselves for existing at the same time as well. What a psychological operation, eh? And folk, you all know this has been going on. But see how you adapt and to think it's all quite normal. Even hearing it happening and watching it happening, it's all quite normal. You'll adapt yourself right into the abattoir. Maybe even happily. Maybe like the Pied Piper, you know, you'll all just happily go to the bitter end. Under the magic spell, right? The muse of the music. I was thinking too, it's like getting euthanized. Right? I've talked about this before, where people have been caught as they're euthanizing the elderly, and the elderly are trying to stand up and fight back in some of these places where they do it, you know. And what they're telling the elderly is they're trying to hold them down, you know, the ones that have changed their mind or start to realize what's happening to them. Now, they're there, Mr. So-and-so. Now, just relax now. Just relax, you know. And soon it will be all over. And you'll feel no pain at all. And you can go into the longest sleep you've ever had in your life. Isn't that nice? Well, isn't that how we're getting talked to today? As they prepare us all for this? But these foul James Bond characters, the big cabal, that seems to think they own the planet. They don't think it, they know it. Because what's opposing them? That they can't smash down because of their wealth and power. And they have the acceptance of most of the population who are succumbing to they're there now, don't worry about it. We're in charge. Just you relax. Because first they terrify you with a wartime scenario of propaganda that's never been seen before. Couldn't be done before without TV, you see. And without so many stations and a complete unanimity of all the stations working together as one. spewing out the same slogans, line by line, word by word. Build back bigger, build back better, all worked out by public relations corporations, marketing companies. In every country, you see the leaders saying the same things at the same time. One system running it all. One ring, to bind them, Isn't that it? And folk don't know that. They don't connect the dots here. One system, one propaganda station or outfit running it all. One. But using probably about 1,000 psychologists and behaviorists all working in managed, organized, like regiments. I mean that, military regiments. To make sure they're all on board at the same time, delivering their information at the same time. Uniform. That's what you get from militaries. You get uniform everything, including uniform speech, not just action, you see. One form. And folk don't recognize it because they've fallen right into the terror campaign. Complete terror. A war of terror on the public. Never been done like this before. Never. So that everyone obeys and quakes and actually will run off to get all the shots that they're offered, you see. And then they'll go into the post-vaccine. Actually, you never get into a post-vaccine system, but eventually you'll get into a system where the new system of total austerity and rationing for everything, permanently for the rest of your lives. And they'll tell you how lucky you should be to get that little ration card, be electronic or otherwise, And you'll only get it because you've been good and done everything up to then that they told you to. But things won't get better. And Mr. Fauci, in last year, at the beginning of all this, says things will never go back to normal. How did he know? Because he took part in all the different tabletop exercises where they rehearsed it all for years before unleashing it on the public. That's what you have rehearsals for. Like a stage play, Stage plays, you see. A stage play, that's what they call things are staged. See, they're rehearsed, directed, produced, and so on. And that's what you're living through. With there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, etc. All practiced before it's unleashed. All the, even think tanks working on the practices, different tiers of it, well, but come back and fall out from that and public not complying. How do we? And they tell you how to get around that and they practice that too. And then about 10 different exercises to make sure they've got it right before they hit you with it, you see. Right down to telling you, you might do, and they're still saying the same lies today, the same media. If you get the vaccination, then you probably go back to normal. Even though the other experts, the higher up than that, the media, and their own writings and publications are saying, no, you'll never go back to normal. You'll still wear the masks. You can still get COVID and spread it, etc., etc. This is a whole sustainability agenda for the entire 21st century. Split into parts. The different parts must be accomplished on the dates, you see, by the dates, like 2030. And then 2045, and so all the way through the century, all split up. And they couldn't get you to just comply and do it voluntarily, as they said in the 2019 climate summit that they had that the US supposedly didn't attend, but other US states did, by the way. They said that the people aren't listening to us. We'll have to do something more drastic, they said. And all the groups from the World Economic Forum were there too, by the way. So, there you go. There you go. You get a whole year in 2020 where the groups, the same cabals, by the way, they have different lower tier cabals, set off on cue waiting for the event. That happens every other day in the States. Some guy, it was a black guy, was killed by the cops there, of course. And it kicks right off. So the BLM, well-funded, directed, and so on by the professionals, all trained Marxists, and Antifa start burning down, looting, and so we get a year of burning downs and lootings, and along with lockdowns for everybody else for COVID. That didn't happen by chance, did it? And meanwhile, people are still being arrested for not wearing masks and so on, or social distancing, but the cops were told to stand down as people were burning down parts of different cities. Do nothing. And they weren't social distancing and wearing masks, a lot of them. You understand, logic is supposed to be logical because you're looking at formulas that must always be the same to be logical. If something follows this and says, we're so-and-so after watching so-and-so do whatever they did, but the second group isn't doing it the same way, then it's not logical, you see. Or if certain people are being batoned to death by the cops and arrested for not complying, well, so should the rest, you would think, to be logical, but it's not. So when it's not logical, there's other things at play. And when there's power and law behind it to let it happen, then of course there's something else at play. Of course there is. Then you had, of course, that admission later on after the election of the big cabal that worked together to make it all happen the way that it happened. Of leaders of industry working with trade unions and the far left to make sure they got the vote that they wanted. At the polls, anyway. And that was in Time, Time magazine. You can't make this stuff up. But you're living through amazing times, aren't you, where law is selectively applied. It depends who you are as to what kind of law they're going to apply to you. So again, it's not really straightforward logic. It must always be the same. It's like medicine itself. They've even thrown out the clinical diagnosis of illnesses now. They just don't bother doing it. It's all done with swab tests and blood tests and computer analysis. But forget the clinical observations or the patient's own experience of signs and symptoms and your clinical observations of signs and symptoms, which is supposed to lead to diagnosis, you see. Who needs that anymore, eh? When you've got big agenda, who needs clinical observations for that when you've got these agendas and quotas to meet and so on, for goodness sakes? You want to be logical here. You're living through incredible times where all power is so corrupt that it could never even find the honesty to admit it to you. All working on a huge agenda to bring in a complete planet-wide ownership to the same cabal, to bring it all under the same cabal's ownership. Everything. Land, farming, you, families, societies, all under their command. Under the guise of emergency powers. Whoa, eh? And the same cabals were taking over the world's resources for years and years and years. Now look at the big clubs at the top, big clubs, financial clubs and so on. They might seem that there to be thousands of corporations involved, but really there's not. You'd be surprised how few people own thousands and thousands of corporations, big international corporations. Some individuals, if you look into their front companies and all their sub-companies, you don't realize that they own thousands of companies beneath them. They're so almost hidden, but you can actually dig some of them up. And it's astonishing again, but once again, Why are we so astonished? How did we perceive the world to be? How is it we're so ignorant and naive about the real world? Even when you're living through it and you get example after example of cabals and takeovers and amalgamations your entire life long. They used to have these articles, even in the 1970s, in the newspapers in Britain, and they'd be followed by cartoons in the newspapers. Then the common theme was, so we're one big giant world corporation. That would be then the kind of the cartoon. That was as a big whale swallowed all the other little whales and so on. And that was a kind of common joke at the time. That's how it would end. But it wasn't really a joke. It was a truism that you'd end up that way anyway, the way it was going. Well, guess what? That was a long time ago. And then you have to always say, well, if that's the nature of corporations. I remember reading about international corporations, different countries, and they used to have advisory books or booklets for nations, for actual nations they had to deal with them in diplomacy, for business. And they said one of the worst countries to deal with is the US. Because they actually had cultural tips on the US. It was very different from Britain, because Britain was so formal when it came to just work and so on, and people you knew would be Mr. or Mrs. so-and-so. That they actually had Mrs. at that time too. And they'd be formal, you see. You go and say, how you doing, Harry, It didn't so happen so much. So they told you that the Americans will be very, very pleasant to your face, the business guys, And they'll call you by your first name right off the bat to put you at ease and so on. But that was their way of disarming you. And if you did anything kind of just on kind of friendly terms with these big CEOs, corporate CEOs, American, if you didn't get it all in writing and really through layers of lawyers, you'd end up losing your shirt, because their whole modus operandi was to disarm you and take you over so smoothly, again, as painless as to getting euthanized, that you'd lost everything before you realized it, or you're working for them, you see. And the US was really voracious and a tremendous appetite for that across the world, just gobbling up businesses and nations and taking over countries, literally, If you take over the basic infrastructure necessities in agriculture, you can run them rather quickly. And then, of course, in other countries, of course, Africa, as an example, Africa was so corrupt by its tribal leadership, and the people, you just bribed a few people off, and you could run whole nations quite easily and cheaply. That's what they did, the big corporations, of course. And anyone who stood up against the corporation was disposed of. The US would have teams go in and they'd put them down, and they get the people to pay the people. They could create an internal army. These people are fed up with this leader who's so corrupt and terrible that the Freedom Party wants to get rid of him, and that's how it'd be presented on the news. But it's really the US behind it, and the CIA, and they'd overthrow them, and the rest of the world would say that's probably a good thing, because apparently the guy was a real nasty dictator anyway. And no, he just wasn't playing ball, you see. That's how it's really done. That's very similar to what you saw in, if you read that book, it was Confessions of an Economic Hitman. I think he did videos on it too. And he was sent out by the US and big corporations and of course, the way he says that too, he's talking about the big banks and maybe even the World Bank. They lent to these countries to take them over. Then they get land for debt swaps. Lots of articles on that. And the UN's part of that too. They take over as biosphere. We'll be protectorates of the land that we take over, that were yours, But first you've got to get the World Bank involved to get you into debt. Then the IMF comes in and makes the deal. Well, we'll just take the land instead. And the UN ends up with the biosphere. It's just corrupt takeovers, folks. Well, I thought the UN was a good organization. Good for you. Just continue to sleep away there. There's hardly anything that you can look at that's not corrupt. And it's always been that way. Old man Rockefeller did say this, and David Rockefeller said the same thing, the son. He said competition is a sin, and he wasn't making a joke about it. You understand who these folk are, and they believe they have the right to take over nations and resources. They really believe that. That's part of the reason that Rockefeller started the monopolies up. Rockefeller wasn't just on his own there doing his own thing. Don't fall for that nonsense. He was already part of a world empire system. The same system that had sent Lord Earl Grey over to the US as a go-between between the Milner Group that ran the British Empire and Mandel House. The guy who says in his own writings that he was really responsible for getting Wilson to agree upon a Federal Reserve System. And they all said that, even the British Empire. We're the protectorates of the land. We're the protectorates of the resources. As though, you just don't know how to handle them, but we do. You understand? We're used to handling incredible amounts of money and things. There's nothing worse than having a cabal that pretends to itself and can convince itself that they're the guardians, and they actually call themselves that too, the guardians. Prince Charles, when he was carried away one day with his own pomposity and ignorance, he says, I am a member of the Olympians, he says. Well, there you go. He wasn't talking about running races. Not with his knock knees. But there you go. I mean, this is what you're living in, and you never knew it, did you? You thought that these companies were all independent companies doing takeovers and Bill Gates is pushing for depopulation, and they're working for taking down all the small farms across the planet. They're wasteful. And cutting down forest mythologies and stuff. That was over long ago. The forester. Cutting them down. And he's taking more and more land over all the time. The biggest landowner now, in the States. Oh, wow. And the Bush family were doing it too, as they were taking all the rights and freedoms from the American citizens and the world. No privacy and all that, remember that? Tighten your belts, it could be in for the long haul. And they invested stacks of their own personal fortunes in Latin America. Some of the biggest farming areas, Was it Uruguay and Paraguay and so on? But that's just coincidence. You know that, don't you? Because the world's run by coincidence theories. Everything's just coincidental. It's coincidental that Rockefeller's talked about competition being a sin as he grabbed and monopolized all energy for America. That was just a coincidence. He did the two things at the same time, said that and did it. And then when they went, suppose they deregulated it all and took the power away from monopolies and they did fragment and sell off. No, they find out they still existed with front people running them. That came out years later. The folk thought they were different independent. No, they were still under secret agreements, all run by the Rockefellers, still owned by them. That's how the world's run. And that's what they did too with the Milner Group when they went into Africa and different places and to take the gold and the diamonds away from the peasants, the Boer people, these Dutch farmers, that were sitting on lots of that. The Milner Group, being aristocrats and so on. Working for the crown too, crown authority. And having private organizations because they were a private group that ran the British Empire. Private group. They also ran the newspapers, all of them, across the empire. They owned them all. They must always standardize opinions, If folk have independent media, they might start getting their own ideas. Heaven forbid, eh? Where would that lead to eventually? This is not conspiracy stuff. The Rockefellers boasted years later about how they took over the media in the States, how they created it and took over all the rest. To formulate public opinion. And then you have total spectrum dominance now by using the military capability. Who do you think owns the military? Huh? There's hardly a general you'll find that's retired or semi-retired who's not in the payroll of big tech and the big corporations with big incomes. There's really very little hidden today, really, you know. Remember, folks, too, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Send a few bucks my way, PayPal. Personal check is fine. Some folks can send cash. And checks, as I say, personal checks are okay. Some countries still have international postal money orders and they're going to be called international postal money orders. They can still be cashed here, but the US doesn't use them to Canada anymore. Or accept them outside the US and Canada. You can still send them to Canada. So, and MoneyGram, I think, still works as well, even though we're under lockdown, and I've got to make the big trip shortly into town. But yeah, send a few bucks, keep me going. And again, I always stress it, even if you hear me on other outlets, because other folks post my material, remember to go into my own site, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and list all my official sites on that site. It's all listed there. In case one of them goes down, hopefully you can always tune in. And the talk's always out on Sunday night, by Sunday night, before midnight. From my sites, it might not be the next day or sometimes 2 days afterwards. It's up on alternate sites outside, but my own sites are all up by Sunday night. So remember, look in there. That's a fast way to get them. And it's a good idea too to just right-click and download them and play them at your leisure. Or put them on your MP3 player, whatever else you use. Because you don't have to sit, you see. If you realize you're getting trained to sit and watch things you don't need to watch anymore. Remember, technology is to change you. That's one of the main purposes of it. Again, you even ask sociologists and psychologists that any invention put within the home, your own environment, will alter the environment and by altering you and your behavior to it. But it's just incredible how many people, again, not who are in touch with me, they'll send me good links to things, but they must spend their days, some of them, just watching video after video, documentaries after documentaries, just sitting to watch it. That's a good part of your life gone, which is altering your behavior. So at least my talks at the moment are mainly up on audio, and you can download the audio from my site, and that way you don't have to sit and stare, at the little pictures that move all the time. You don't need that. And then you can listen to an hour at a time that way as well. So getting back to the power brokers, the people, it's about real power, And people have no idea that these characters set out a long time ago, even in the 1700s. You can actually trace it before that, but you can trace it from the British East India Company. I gave these talks in the beginning, years ago, about how that was one of the first international trading companies that they set up, a monopoly trade system too, that helped to expand the British Empire. Big part of it, actually. And people forget, it was mainly private armies. These corporations had their own armies that were interchangeable with the regular armies, you see. Some of the officers could go back and forth quite easily. And they were put across the whole world, working on behalf of the corporations that were part of the British Empire. Many of the banks, the rulers, when they brought in the central banking system, put their own relatives over as the overseers of countries for the British Empire. The empire was just a business. It's a corporate. It's registered as a corporation, understand, as your countries are. And they had their private armies would go in with the ships. And I mentioned before, the US did exactly the same thing. After American War for Independence, they sent navies into other countries. They would literally blockade them, their ports, unless they allowed them to trade. They wanted to get resources cheap. Using gunboat diplomacy, it was called gunboat diplomacy. And they would often shell countries from the sea until they'd shell the ports until the countries succumbed. That's business. That's your respectable businessman's way, you see, of the past. Today it's a bit more camouflaged, but they still use hard power again, your nation's military for their... And the military are given simplistic stories as to why they're going to invade nation. Like your country really cares about how some dictator is treating his own people. Do you really believe that? Do you believe that? Huh? I hope you don't anymore. I really hope you don't. The excuses you're given are nonsense. Utter rubbish. When you read the history books of cultures from the present all the way back to, I'm talking about dominant cultures, empires, all the way back to ancient times, the modern ones always refer to the ancient times. Knowledge is never forgotten, remember. In part, the reason that knowledge of Greek history and philosophies and so on was taught, that blending into a Roman Empire, and then eventually down through time into what became the British Empire, what it was taught to the people who helped rule the British Empire, because the history was there of managing peoples, including how to sometimes turn troops on your own peoples and decimate them if they wouldn't go along with certain plans. I mean, it's the fairy tale version, again, is for junior school and even for high school and university. There's higher archives of these kind of histories kept for those who are put into powerful positions or positions of higher power, put it that way. And some professors, like Quigley, talked about them, these particular archives, that a few, not a lot of professors, but some are allowed into, because they'll end up working for the system, the present governing system. The real, you might call it deep state, it's got all kinds of names, of course, but it's all part of the same thing. But what got me was going through the British system, because like all powers and powerful systems, they always dress up their power over other nations as being beneficial to the nations, as though they were doing some kind of moral crusade or something. And I guess that's the way that all conquering tyrannies must dress themselves up as. Otherwise, they might find it even hard to live with themselves. They've got to start believing in the myth that they're really there to help people. But it isn't until you get into the real archives that they go on about the need to take resources from the countries, and that's the main cause of wars, and taking countries. They don't go in there because the people in some sects in India were burning their wives, when the husband died in a funeral pyre. That's not why they started to rule India, you see, any more than they invaded Iraq because Saddam was a bad man to his own people. You must always demonize an enemy very simplistically. You don't want to go into any depth, because if you go into depth, then people can pick holes in an elaborate excuse, you see. Keep it simple, as I say. But when you go into ancient Greece, Greece was notorious for expanding an empire. Again, it was a commonwealth of nations eventually, with a commonwealth banking system and a moneyed system of taxation for all the member states and islands that would belong to it. to keep a massive army on the go. And of course, the centralized power always wants more and more and more until it's exhausting the other contributors to the actual central power core of it all. That squander it and live the good life at the expense of everybody else. Rome went the same way, of course, as empires all tend to do, until Rome depended on its conquest of other nations to even feed themselves, to bring in the grain and harvesting and all the rest of it, of grain for survival's sake, basic survival, never mind all the other luxuries they brought in too. They're all resources of that day, that time. But what you find, and Darwin knew this too, because again, the knowledge is never lost amongst those particular classes that rule. The way that Darwin puts it about evolution, we talked about a superior nation when they go in and overtake an inferior, a less developed society. He's talking about eugenics and development and so on. He said once they've conquered another people, often the conquered will turn in on themselves. They'll end up going to whatever drugs are handy, alcohol or whatever other kinds of drugs are there. The men, generally, mainly the men too, will turn in on themselves because the reason for being is often eliminated. Their culture is being destroyed, you see. And it's really important, this part, because again, we're so well studied, more so than any insect even, so that we can be ruled by those who understand the techniques. And it might help you too understand them, because that's why we have batteries. I call them batteries, regiments of psychologists all working globally together to manage our minds and to create terrors, wars of terror on the public, so you'll comply along a predetermined path that definitely has been mandated at countless meetings in the past to happen and to come into and to bring a new system into force. So they know darn well that they've already had a war upon societies, the ones involved, the first world countries, for a long, long time. Complete war. There really was as those countries were calling up their young men to go off and get slaughtered and to slaughter other nations in World War I and II, the same power brokers that ran an empire and talked about uniting a whole planet by using wars into the same world empire, and had even hand it over to another nation like the US when the time came, and even talked about eventually handing it over to China. And when they talked about that at the world meeting, it was in the 1930s. This is not conspiracy stuff. I got their books here that they published for their members at the time. And then you realize you're living through a system. So yeah, as the Second World War especially was on the go, they were drumming up the whole idea of continuing a war on all their own cultures. They had already dreamed up how to create a new culture for Japan and Germany while World War II was on the go. And they worked out their big planning committees, and again, the behaviorists of today and so on, all working on it. But they also thought, to bring a world empire in, they'd have to have a war on their own societies, so that average people would just give up their rights and freedoms and the idea of having sovereignty and a sovereign nation to protect them, because you really eliminate borders down the road and create mass migrations and so on. All planned during the war, by the way, yeah? As they were still telling people to join up and go off and get slaughtered to protect their rights and freedoms. So you understand, we truly are treated as children. A reality is a reality invented by advanced minds, believe you me, but really designed for children, to keep you as children. It's just astonishing to me, it really is. And here's the thing too, you can say such things so tritely, so easily, but the impact, it doesn't hit the people because it's so ominously horrible what's been planned in the past and what you've lived through and not even known it. That most folk couldn't handle it, even if they understood it now, because they'd go into shock, wouldn't you? Of course, they'd blame it on COVID if you did, but this is the world you're living in. You're given fairy stories for reality. But they decided to create a whole new world of society after World War II, and they'd have to destroy the cultures within that the people believed in, not the upper class, but the people themselves. And so there's a war upon the people, including a war upon the males. Now here's tying in with Darwin again. As they already knew what happened in other countries, like even going into and destroying, say, the Native Americans, which were misnamed as Indians, but the natives, and how eventually, as their tribes being destroyed, their cultures being, and it doesn't matter what you think of them, with their cultures and their warlike bands and clans and so on and tribes. Doesn't matter what you're taught to think about that, because that's the very excuse that they'll use after the conquer, the dominions conquer nations. It's, well, we brought peace and civilization. Well, wait a minute here. Then you're judging about their way of life regardless. And yes, it turned out some of these tribes were incredibly cruel to each other, incredibly cruel, with old ongoing wars that were going on for centuries on and off. Absolutely. But you can't use their culture and their way of life as an excuse to invade them and take everything away from them. That's what we did again in Iraq, isn't it? A predetermined war, pre-planned, regardless of Saddam Hussein even being, if somebody else had done the same thing. Nothing to do with 9/11 attacks, by the way. He was just part of the list, that the PNAC group had come out with in the 1990s of nations to be taken out and destroyed for other reasons which they don't want to even admit to yet. If it's kind of dangerous even to mention it at times. But from ancient Greece to Rome, all the way up to the British Empire and the American Empire, it's always the same thing. You must always tell your troops you're going off to... That's what they said when they went into Iraq, right? Operation Iraqi Freedom, what they called it. What piffle was that? Piffle. And here is the natives of that country looking at these American troops. The American troops were cursing and swearing at them, saying, "We're bringing you democracy, you stupid so-and-sos," And here's the natives here looking at them in bewilderment, because they didn't want your idea. They knew that you didn't have democracy, Mr. G.I. Joe. But you certainly have been brainwashed, spouting off democracy to a people who had their own system. Whether you like it or not, it's their system. It's not a matter of, you don't invade countries because you don't like certain things, you see. Because then, what are you going to do when some tyrant wants to invade you because he doesn't like certain things either? No. But that's what the nations do. They always say, we're there to liberate people and to bring them freedom and democracy, or whatever the term is at the time. The Romans didn't have democracy, but they had a system, I guess early democracy, in that a wealthy elite ran the Senate, you see. The US was kind of modelled upon that, but so was Britain to an extent too. They eventually give a House of Commons for the people of Britain, commoners, right? So, but even though the people who run it and who really run the House of Commons have never been commoners, they get a few commoner front people, that's it. But the real ones behind the scenes are actually up there with the House of Lords, naturally. And the House of Lords is a form of Senate, you see. In the old days, if you're meritorious to the nation, you were given a kind of meritorious order, and you're put into the Senate. You're a statesman. That was the idea, but Britain lost that very quickly, even when it started. I don't think it really existed as such for most people, because as soon as the Bank of England was created, and for the reason that government could then borrow money and put the nation down to pay it off, and people, the loans, and they would use the money for expanding their empire. You see, that's when they went off to create the British Empire. Now they had that on the books. Same as the US. Once they got the Federal Reserve in place, they were off to World War I, just the nick of time, Just Constance, of course. And when you understand how it really, really works, then you get very quickly, you develop a different insight into what the forces behind empires, and the real reasons behind it too. And forget all your histories, you're given these pompous paintings of characters that were part of your history and your empire and all that nonsense, These same people in Britain, for instance, with their tights on, wearing their silk stockings and all that, would never let a peasant near them, ever, in their entire lifetime. But they've taught the peasants to look up to them. Well, this is a good statesman who spoke for us, or who's kidding who, And of course, those who serve, the higher servants of the system are well rewarded for it, to get more than anybody else down below them. And so therefore they're very loyal to the system, even though they can have their own private jokes about the reality of the system that's been beneficent to other peoples. I should say that history really was a horror story, a real history. I don't mean that folk lived in utter petrified horror all the time, but a lot of the time they did too in certain eras, because they really didn't have rights. And folk, it wasn't until really the late 1700s and through the 1800s and the 1900s did rights slowly develop for the general public. And they gave them all up very quickly, actually. With the world wars, that was part of the reason for World Wars II, 1 and 2. I mean, also 2, but was to start training them to give up their rights and studied them as they did it under war scenarios, emergency powers, rationing, do what you're told, curfews, all these same things you've got now, under using COVID as an excuse, and having people pull together as one and obeying the slogans, and we're all in it together, etc. Except when it comes to feeding time, you never get into the big lounges that Winston Churchill laid sat with all his cronies, and they had their steaks and everything else on the go back then, during the times of rationing. So coming to reality takes a bit of a shock, or you have to have the ability to absorb a bit of a shock, put it that way. If you really want reality, you can still live in the myth, And it doesn't mean that people that lived under these systems, I'm talking about the general population, were bad. No, they weren't generally. They're the same kind of people, who would just try and get along and survive as best they could under the different systems and times and places and so on. That's really how it is. But for them, it was often a horror show with starvation at times, and eventually getting drafted off to wars is another thing too. Wars that were, again, simplistic reasons for them. When, as I've said before, your governments literally were deciding how to take you down after the wars were finished. Just amazing, eh? Well, I destroyed the family unit, for goodness sake. It's just too powerful. And when you have thousands of families with men and women as families, have so much in common with children and so on, or so much in common, then it's a formidable force that can band together quickly against government, you see. Because they all have the same kind of interest. They're married, man and woman, they have children, and they have then family needs, less taxes because we would raise children and all that kind of stuff, and education, yada, yada, yada. But they'll stand together quicker. Once you destroy all that, and you're left on your own, Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so, whatever you want to be called. And that's what H.G. Wells said after the League of Nations was created. This is event. It says now we're beginning to get to it. World government now. The end of the nation state. It's always been their goal, folks. Your nations that brought you the world wars also had as a goal to bring you a world governmental system. I've got all their books here from their world meetings, where it was discussed openly. And a lot of the newspapers published their articles at the time. World government was a necessity. And the nation states would have to give up their sovereignty for peace, you see. But yeah, they went to war on the families after World War II. High taxation, So again, look back, economic warfare, as Darwin talked about, too many ways to bring down population. You just increase the cost of living, and folk can't live, they can't have children, or more children die from malnourishment, and so on and so on. And that was common, by the way, right into the 1950s in Britain, for folk who don't know that. All through the 1800s, in the poorhouses, and how they knew the average life expectancy was about so many months for the different age groups and different genders. They'd all worked out on tables how long it'd take before they died. Almost scientifically to an extent, by the way. And they didn't create the poorhouses or any charities in the Victorian era to help the public. They actually built them. If you read the books from sociologists at the time and later, these were built, these institutions, to house them as a deterrent from being poor and unemployed. And that's how they use it, as a threat. And they made sure that they knew how horrible it was inside, because you were worked literally to death there. Because you were scum and you were poor, and you ended up in the poorhouse. So the antidote was to not get work, whatever it paid. It doesn't matter if it's starvation wages. Better to starve slowly on a starvation wage and be working than unemployed. And they had meetings about this. And the language I'm using, the straightforward, was even more straightforward from the different tables that were put out there of introducing the public to the horrible state of the affairs of the workhouses, the poorhouses. Just astonishing. And the elite class, see, they did class poverty as a mental illness. Yeah. Otherwise, you see, if you were not mentally ill, you wouldn't be in a lower class. In other words, even a lower IQ meant you were mentally ill. There wasn't a difference of IQ, as an example. And it wasn't a difference of being born into the right psychopathic families. No, they didn't mention that part of it, you see. They could be born in the right families. You had a start in life no matter what your IQ was, even if it was rather low, which a lot of it was, by the way. But there were psychopathic types, and that was a success factor. Now they had access to pulling the right ropes and strings, then you could survive as a good psychopath, regardless of what your intellect was. But if you were on the streets, you were looked down upon. They still use the techniques today, by the way, to make you look down upon the unemployed, in an age where unemployment is part of economics. Margaret Thatcher said we need a goodly amount of people to be unemployed to keep the wages down for those who are employed, you see. They could say, well, it's not paying much, are you? Well, if you don't want the job, there's plenty that will take it. You see, that's why you keep a big pool of the unemployed. What I'm talking about here is a harsh reality. Why dress it up, you see? And here's another thing too. They depend upon class systems to keep the system going. And those in the lower middle classes, you see, that might only be a few months away if they've ever lost their jobs from the streets themselves. Because you can go down very quickly in this day and age. But they look down too upon the homeless and so on. And maybe they are just and that's the impression, they're all mentally ill. No, they're not all mentally ill. But what you do have is part of this long war. This is a multifaceted, deliberate war with drugs everywhere. Look at the streets. I put up before the Oxiana movie, a documentary was done. I put the one up before, another one up is Diane Sawyer, I think it was, where she goes into her old family haunts at one time, and the drug problems there and unemployment, deliberately kept that way, by the way. And then you saw Seattle. That document, Seattle's dying, that was before COVID came along. And the drug problems is astronomical. the tent cities and the trailer and cars that flooded into the warmer climates because they're living in their cars, lots of people now. But again, the ones who can still scrape by or look down on them, they don't realize you're not far from that yourselves. But they count upon your attitude to condemn people. They end up like that. This is a deliberate war, folks. Deliberate. And whereas the old system, I gave the talks before all that happened, about what was going to happen, because I've read all their books, and they love to publish their books and tell you where it's all going to go. A service economy always brings you to the stage like a dog paddling in a swimming pool, falls into the pool, it paddles, and a service economy, what it does, it gives all your manufacturing to another nation. We did all that. We paid for it all to move to China through your lovely politicians signing all the documentations and so on. And then you import all the stuff that's cheap, and you have all these middlemen, and that's where the money comes from, to the middlemen, and then to the stores or outlets, and then to the customers, you see. And that's a completely service economy. You're serviced in many ways in one. I often like to think of the farmer's term for it. And you don't realize you've given away your ability to even be self-sufficient. And most folk who profit off as a middleman for a while think, oh, this is pretty good. I can get all this cheap stuff in at low cost and sell it at a high cost. And until eventually there's a glut in the market, or they've now decided it's the end of the service economy. Because, you see, they want to bring down consumerism, post-consumerist society. So what's left then? Well, there's nothing left. You can't even make the basic things that you need to survive, like knives and forks for your cutlery, for your table. It's all done abroad. But the basic stuff you need is all made outside, pretty almost all actually imported. So like the dog in the swimming pool, you have a great old time while the dog's healthy and it's feeling it's having, and it hasn't realised its peril yet, and it hasn't been round the whole edges of the pool to realise there's no steps to get out of here. And eventually you tire and you drown. You just drown. That's what the puppy does, the dog does. And what I'm talking about here was discussed fully in the British papers in the 1970s, when they discussed this trading agreement with Europe. That's what they called it, trading agreements at the time, you know, as they lied to the public. It was always designed to be an integration of nation states into a super parliamentary system. I've got the books from the 30s from the organizations that worked on it back then, in the 1930s. And they lied to their publics for years and years and had them through another world war. Then they lied again and kept lying as they brought them into a parliamentary system that was to be non-democratic. And all the top corporate leaders of the world that owns everything were involved in setting it up. And they put in the front people called the commissioners at the top there, who are unelected and secretive, by the way. You don't know who a lot of them are. And these CEOs, these top owners, I should say, of corporations, place them there. That's how it's run. You know? And in the books in the 1930s, as I say, they talked about what happens to American Indians and other cultures that were decimated and taken over by superior cultures, as they call them, superior cultures, you see. And how, as I say, they self-destruct. And when you read about the plans before World War II started, by the dominant groups that run the world and run the British Empire, at their world meetings in the 1930s, they talked about this. They said, you know, we'll have to bring a different system in because they don't want opposition at home to bring in a world governmental system and the end of the sovereign state, the national state. Well, that's when they talked about the need to basically destroy the family unit. So most of the war would be initially on the males, you see, who would end up like the Darwinian stage of just like you when you conquer a nation, and suddenly the males have lost their reason for being, and they eventually lose all respect from others. That's intentional, you see, under that kind of war. And Britain used that again, that type of system, against other nations that it conquered deliberately. Huh? And in fact, we've used it across the Middle East, on the different countries, the Islamic countries, until the men start to self-destruct. They lose their ability, their belief in their culture, which often has a religion, a deity. They lose their belief in that deity, who would let this happen to them, sort of thing. Then they start to turn on themselves. And again, the Native Americans did the same thing. No matter what you think of their system, or you'll call it all kinds of nasty things like primitive, what's superior about yours? But every male would have his connection to his deity. You see, that was important in tribal cultures. And once that's destroyed, there's nothing. You've lost your purpose. You can't even think yourself as a real man anymore, because even the women will be looking for the conquerors to wed. You see, who have confidence and money and they swagger around. Whereas your own guys are dejected and turning towards themselves, self-destructing. Because there's one thing, purpose has been destroyed. That's how you just really destroy nations. Now, the elite talked about this in the 1930s in their empire meetings. And they said, oh, yes, it's such a terrible thing when conquered peoples are destroyed like that, you know. And we hope to not make it as bad when we bring in this world governmental system. But they knew they were going to destroy. Really, don't forget, for their own families, to keep them going, the wild men, as Darwin called them, Charles Galton Darwin, who were steering the ship, doing the planning and all that, uninhibited by moral convictions and loyalties to nations. They were completely uninhibited, you see, to do what they had to do. But the rest of the public, the war was on them. Because they see themselves, like Bertrand Russell said, like a different species. That's the truth of the world. That is the truth. And the class system is just, to me, is extraordinary in all nations. Extraordinarily the same in all nations. It's rather self-evident. And even in the US, where they try to disguise a little bit with, there's not such an obvious difference in accent, even though there's still a university accent. Lots of them will copy this almost a higher nasal pitch to it or something, to be different, you see. But there's definitely a class system. Of course there is. George Bush Jr. was more honest. He wasn't the brightest either, but he was honest. And sometimes when he said that, and his aides mentioned this in their books afterwards, he said that he sat amongst them and he says, does anybody know any poor people? He says, I've never met any poor people. And he literally said that. I've never met any poor people. See, they don't meet you. He says, does anybody, can you find me what they're thinking about the system in America? But at least he was honest. Most of them would never have mentioned that, you see. All their speeches to the poor people are written by very wealthy professional writers, script writers. They feel your pain, you know. But that's the reality of the world. The classes are something else, and that's what the elite depend upon, that each class will persecute the bunch beneath them. They really count on that when times get tough. Quite something. So self-destruction, once cultural domination by another group has been put upon them, always happens. Mainly towards the men, and it's encouraged, and it's nowhere more is evident as in the American education system today, where literally they teach you not just about what ethnic group is responsible to be hated about everything, but also what gender mainly, you know? And that's taught by taxpayers' money. So they get churned out hating the males, Quite some, isn't it? And you think somehow that's all quite normal. This is warfare. This is literal warfare upon you. And that's also was taught for in preparation for genocides in the past and maybe the future. You always name your enemy, blame them for all the world's problems and all your problems, demonize them, put them into third-rate status in a nation or even in an empire. Third-rate status, you see, till they're nobodies. Ridicule them, lambast them, teach the public to hate them. All in preparation for what? Generally, their annihilation, folks. And I don't wish for things. There's no point in wishing for things. But it would be nice if folks started to realize what's going on. It would be nice, wouldn't it? But I don't put up much hope for that, because the massive psychological indoctrination system is pretty well perfected. It was perfected when Bertrand Russell wrote his books in the 1940s and 50s and onwards. He said that, When if they can get the children young enough, he said it doesn't matter. And he believed, like the World Revolutionary Group that he also belonged to, which also included lots of aristocracy, big chunks of it actually. He really believed initially they'd have to remove, and he said that, but we used to think we'd have to remove the children from their parents at birth and raise the children communally so they wouldn't be contaminated with the parents' ideas. He says, but now, with scientific methods which have been proven in schools, in Britain he's talking about, he says we can indoctrinate the children and the parents can still be responsible for raising the children financially. That'll be their job, is to financially support the children, feed them, clothe them, and put them through school. And he said because with scientific indoctrination at school, the children won't be able to be contaminated by they'll ignore their parents. Well, look how successful that's been, eh? And folks still think, they've got rights and freedoms and that their voice counts, when your own governments for years and years have taken your tax money to brainwash the generations of children not to listen to their parents. And that's what Russell said. He says the state will then be responsible for the indoctrination of the children and what they'll think and believe, not the parents. All you are is to support them financially. That's your job. But that was always part of the reason people had children, was to then pass on your values to the children. That was taken away from you. Most folk don't even realize it. And even their comedies, they're also part of the indoctrination process, was mainly through comedies and so on, the family, or they show you dysfunctional families and drama, TV stories, but comedies is a good way of doing it. And the dad's irrelevant pretty well, always a comic figure in these dramas, these comedy dramas. The mum makes all decisions, she's a bright one. And the children even laugh and put down the dad as an idiot. The guy who's financially supporting them. And you're taught to even laugh at them. This is how it's done, eh? I've always said, you see, your entertainment is completely weaponized, and it has been weaponized since, for the real psychological purposes that's been weaponized for today, has been at least since before World War II, and stepping up big time after it. And the sad thing is, too, that just as slickly as Scotland as an example, other countries too under the British Empire, but Scotland, India as well, eventually started churning out young guys for the military, again, giving them a bit of pride, self-confidence, and pride they'd never had anywhere else in society, putting a uniform on, going and kill people. And that became the normal when you're taken over like that. Very slickly, it's done very slickly, isn't it? Until after one generation, folk think it's all quite natural, to fight for a nation or a system or an empire that conquered you and maybe even decimated your forefathers, who fought against them. Very slick. And it's interesting to watch the same thing that's happened in the US. Exactly the same thing. From the same, a lot of the same stock actually was soaked up by America. That came from Britain, from England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland. And you can see it too for the ones that Hollywood hates through their movies all the time. In the South, were the same stock that eventually were deported from Scotland and places like that. And they became, again, they did fill the uniforms up, they'd supply the bodies to fill the uniforms. And as I've mentioned it so many times, they've been used and used and used over and over and over. And now you see, now they're openly from the governmental talking heads. Now that your job's almost done, you see. They're bringing in this world empire to this be taken over by another nation. They'll police the world, so to speak, eh? I said they'd have to destroy you. Well, you're hearing it from the mouths of those in Congress now, eh? As a target, they're quite open to who they're targeting. The same folks are getting ready to get sent off for the last few wars to fight. Because they'll definitely turn on you big time once it's over and done. I'm telling you the truth, folks. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying and you realize it. Because it's the one group that the globalists hate and fear the most. It's the ones they've been using to conquer the world. And now they're planning to take it down as soon as they've finished off the last few countries on their list, that I've mentioned before. Nothing's really hidden, anymore if you've got eyes to see. And that's what empires do. And that's why the tricks of empires are being used too, because they understand how to play it, how to play that game, you see. And it's a pity that nations allow themselves to be used like that. But again, I don't blame them, because your indoctrination is so incredibly effective all the time. For year by year, as folk are born, their indoctrination starts as soon as they start to understand anything at all, even in children's stories. And the stuff's embedded in the stories. It's embedded in cartoons. It's embedded through the schooling completely. You must use and abuse over and over again for the same dominant minority that never get their hands dirty. And who do soak up the profits from all the conquests as they tell the rest of the public that we're bringing civilization and let's talk about the good things we've done for these nations. Well, wait a minute here. Who's judging your right to go into any nation for any reason? Huh? If they're not invading you, why are you doing it? Well, it's obviously for the resources. I remember putting up that documentary years ago, a few years back anyway. It's an old one on diamonds. And this is it's getting interesting to see the families that took over the diamond and gold mines of South Africa, under the guise again of expanding the British Empire using the Milner Group and Curtis and these characters, and the compacts with De Beers, diamonds and gold and all that. But in the documentary, you see them, literally, they get on the surface of some of these places, going along their hands and their belly, crawling, feeling for the diamonds in the dirt. No kidding you. There's nothing uplifting about the diamonds, folks. Either getting them or digging them or finding them on the surface. There's nothing. It's all humiliating as far as I can see, The greed for certain things. And this is what they call wealth and power, which is wealth is power over others, you see. Isn't that rather sad? Huh? Same with gold and so on. And silver and all the other stuff that says value. Huh? And always those with the cash become aware, once they elevate up into the higher clubs, that, yeah, they're now powerful people. Not just rich, but powerful. They can change societies by ordering it to get changed. And lesser minions rush in to do it all for them. You know, the expert class. And yet, even as your countries are going down and the war's been declared upon you, there's still people in the lower, say, middle classes and in the upper working classes who really believe that the enemies that they're fighting, or at least are trying to fight to keep their system that they're living in, which has some good points left, maybe, as long as you have opponents, you see. And so they really were dedicated to fight against, say, communism. They really believed in it. Who wanted that, you see? And as soon as the communism is gone, then your own countries drop the can on you because they don't need you anymore either. And they don't have to keep up the pretense of fighting the bad guys and giving you a few extras, not quite freebies, but extra cash in your pockets as long as you fought them. Once it's over, they plunder you as well. They don't need you. But there's a lot of folk dedicated to fighting communism who did believe in the old mythologies of their nations and the decency of the people. No doubt about that. There's decent people in all nations. But it's so sad that those who really rule you above you will sell you out so fast. And they did. They sold out. People who'd fought against evil their entire lives, what they saw as evil, right? They completely sold them out. Really astonishing. Until Canada, as an example, too. Canada's awfully communistic, as you might notice. Where Trudeau even admits he loves China, and it's not encumbered with this idea of catering to people's rights and so on. You know? And once they admit that you're communist, you see, you don't really have individual rights. You're just you're a cog in the wheel, for the greater good, etc. And a cog in the machine, as I say. Folk don't realize that under communism, you were all expendable because you truly were just independent parts that all fitted together as a big machine. For the machine, not for you, you see. And again, it was so intensely studied, communism, by the West, who set it up, as we all know. We funded it. Most of the revolutionaries were all trained inside America and were sent over there. Another story altogether, but it's a pity people just can't wake up and realize what they're living in. Even when you're benefiting for a little while from it, like a good paycheck, or you do join the military, it's a pity you don't see where it's supposed to go. And why are you going off with a paycheck to fight some other people in another country who've done you no harm, while your own country is falling apart behind you? By design. Who's using you? And if you accept the paycheck and you don't think about these things, then you have to accept that you're now a mercenary. That's what you are. Before, people had to go off to war, at least if they weren't mercenaries, with some kind of reason to justify their conscience and to bolster their conscience. You were doing it for some, what you thought, a perceived good, whether it was fictitious or not, doesn't matter, The propaganda generally was pretty effective. But you'd have to have something to stand up for, and something to defend. If you don't have any of those qualities, then you truly are a mercenary. You don't care. You're doing it for a paycheck. And when you kill your own people under orders or kill other folk, that's all you're really doing. And if you accept that, then who will be sent to eventually eliminate you? Probably your own side again, when your purpose is over. And when you look at the state of the US in the 10 years, at least I'll just take from the 10 years as an example, from Desert Storm to the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, to the present. You're talking about 30 years here, war. And all of the articles to do with altering the military by using them more for more and more missions and so on, more and more tours of duty, and to try and keep them in for years instead of retraining new groups all the time. Also have a hard core there, and then giving more credence to the establishment of special operations forces, small combat units sent across the world to do the dirty jobs and wet jobs and so on. But also for your basic army, just keep them drugged. There are lots of articles in science magazines and military magazines about the new soldier, the pharmaceutical soldier, the drugged soldier, leading to the super soldier idea, keeping you awake for days and days and days at a time by special, amphetamines as an example. And also the flatteners, as they call them, the emotional flattener drugs, which were all basically related to the diazepam family, and derivatives of that type of drug, which can be physically addictive to an extent. If you stop them dead after a while, you will have convulsions and tremors and panic attacks and so on, as your body starts to try to readjust and put its own endorphins in there instead. It takes a long time for that to happen. The body's awfully good at accepting drugs, synthetic types, that mimic natural chemicals in the body and hormones and so on. But the synthetic drugs, if they take over, your body will just shut off your own production. And there's a good balance. There's a good term, actually, a chemical balance, you see, because they're all interrelated, all the different chemicals. And when you take artificial ones, it's not the same. So it'll throw lots of things off within your system. Much like opium, certain minerals and vitamins will get leached out because of the drug. And so you become deficient in certain other things too, same as alcohol. With alcohol, you lose lots of vitamin B complex and 12 and so on, as it flushes out in the urine in larger quantities. And many other things happen because of it too. It's a raw drug, I call it a raw drug, because it literally fries the nerves, literally, pretty well. And kills brain cells pretty quickly too. But it's raw and damaging. But the modern drugs that the military are on by prescription it's what an amazing cocktail. And they've always had articles breaking out in the military magazines about these cocktails that they're on now. Now they're keeping them in with tour after tour for years at a time sometimes. Some of these tours, they break them up, but they're in the military for years, you see. And even when they come back on leave, they're kept on this heavy drug state, and they're prescribed them like candy by the doctors, even on the bases. They've had articles recently again about that in the US and Canada and other countries. There's no questions asked about them. Keep them drugged, keep their emotional response flat. And that's what these drugs do to you. They flatten responses. It's like a great delayer, until they don't even bother you to an extent. That's the idea behind it, you see. Whatever you've done in action, and these wars are not pretty wars. Who's talking about the rules of war here? I noticed that they arrested some Australian special forces recently because they went on a killing spree. They were new to the game of being bloodied and all that, and they did what they always do, is to kill a few and they but today, of course, everything's monitored in camera, and they talked about it, And they were just the peasants in the fields who went after and sure kill him too, and pop, 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 and that's it. Because that's what they're trained to do. They don't train them to be social workers. And if they had done a lot of it, even within a week or two or a few weeks, they'd be put on the drugs to flatten their emotions, you see, so they don't think back on it. And once they come out of the military, they're kept on these drugs as much as possible. That's where they're wrecks. A lot of them end up on the streets, these guys. Because little bits creep back into them. Then you try to say, well, who am I? What am I? Did I do that? Why did I do that? And then, of course, with the drug cocktail they're on, they lose their control at times, get a few drinks on them, and interaction in their liver with a battle between the different sugars and so on, and the alcohol, and with their liver and metabolism, and battling the drugs that they're on, they have total blackouts, complete blackouts, where they don't know what they're doing at times. And this is all authorized from the top, and has been for years and years. I can remember quite a few years back, there was ex-US servicemen that would call me, different ones. And one of them had got a job, and he'd been on all the drugs and so on too. And eventually he had his back broken and had cracked some vertebrae and so on. And he put in traction, and it kind of semi-healed to an extent, and then discharged. And then when he went to get compensation for it, what will happen when you're younger, your body can compensate to a great extent with the damage that's been inflicted, even from childhood, in fact. You won't really notice it till you maybe hit 30 or 35 or 40, and then the problems start to... Same with accidents or damage in the military. And so eventually he tried to get compensation, and they said, it probably wasn't due to what happened when you were in the military, even though his back had been broken, he was in traction. And he ended up, this guy, on a minimal pittance, getting paid cash, a few bucks a week, just for being a night watchman in an old ex-gold mine somewhere that they probably couldn't scrape much of a living out of, but he was putting... And he couldn't afford even the medication. He couldn't get the medication from the VA. And he had... something similar you'd find with the reaction to some of these vaccinations, the thrombocytopenic purpura. Purpura is when you see little pinpricks of blood under the skin. It'll happen in your brain in different places, but he saw it under his skin because he lived on aspirin to try to kill the pains in his bones and joints that had been damaged, And that's how you're treated. You're used and you're spat out, you see. They don't like folk who complain, by the way, afterwards. They really don't like that. It's bad for recruitment. They're actually saying it's bad for recruitment. So they don't want them even putting uniforms on to go into different, like Remembrance Day memorials and things like that, or any of these things at all. It's bad for the outlook, the image. The image for military is young, healthy guys. You see, they don't want, or old, healthy guys. They don't want folk who are got arms and legs missing and so on. It's bad for publicity. Even though their job is to go over to other nations and blow the legs and arms off other people and maybe get it done themselves. It's a bit kind of crazy, but there you go. That's how it is. But yeah, it's really sad to watch the lineup and them admitting where they get most of their traditional recruits from, the traditional families in the south of the States, and whom they despise. Hollywood despises them too. But boy, do they use them. And as they're using them, the last ones, for the last few wars, they're already training the public to hate them. Openly, from Congress. Ooh. Yeah, I tell you, it's a pity that would end. If a lot of them stopped going immediately, there'd be shock, absolute shock, with all the plans that have been set and laid out. But there you go. These are the fantasies you might have once in a while. And it's so true. Pretty well everything that happens has power within the people. But you never get the people to come together on any major thing, especially with the psychology and the war that's put upon them today to divide, conquer, divide, conquer, divide, conquer. You could bring the whole nation to a standstill very quickly on any topic at all. But it won't happen. With the guys who end up with the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, then the best thing they can do themselves is to get off all the psychoactive medications they're on, because they'll never be anywhere near normal, whatever normal is, until it's all out of their body. That can take years, actually, to get it out. I can remember many, many moons ago, the big war battles they had about Valium, you see, because Valium was it was handed out like literally like candies, maybe back in the 60s and 70s. I remember in Britain they had articles in the mainstream newspapers and magazines about the Valium group of drugs, diazepam type, and then nitrazepams for sleeping and other kinds and so on. And also had another category very similar of the Librium type drugs, where they said that I think it was something like 40 or 50% of British housewives were already on Librium. I mean, the doctors were all prescribing, because women would go to the doctors and have all these emotional problems at the time as they tried to balance families, because they still had families back then, and often work as well, you know. And it's just too much. You know, this whole superwoman idea was a Hollywood creation, not a reality, because you can't get run off your feet. You need time to relax, and you need time to have to yourself, and so on. And they came out with this myth that you could have it all. You could have it all, like Supermum. And it wasn't working, so they just handed these drugs like candy to them. And of course, the doctors are notorious for knowing very little, put it that way, about their own profession. Once they're qualified, it's money time, eh? And status, because I like the status too. And in fact, the first thing you're taught really is how to make a patient be subservient to your views and opinions. So you're the person of authority, and so because you want them to do what we tell them to do, you see. So they actually have little courses on that, how to little acting things. We have to act with other doctors and pretend you're a patient and all that, to try and get them used to this. So you talk with authority, and because they don't want patients asking too many questions. They just want obedience, you see, obedience, and then they get what they want. Doctors get what they want, total compliance. The patients, they used to call them in Britain the flying doctors, because if you went to see a doctor with the National Health Service and the different clinics that they set up throughout the country, often you wouldn't even get a seat, you know. You just walk into the little cubicle, and they've got at the time 5 to 10 patients per sections of the area with cubicles. And you're just in there, and they come in with a notepad in their hand, a prescription pad, and you try it. Before you get it out your mouth what was wrong, they'd written a prescription, that was out. And of course, that's not how you practice medicine, of course, you know, because you need time to find out what's really, really wrong before you dish out any pill. But this is what it turns out to be. Canada's the same, by the way. And at least Ontario is, and then the doctors are quite happy living with that, knowing they did a bad job of diagnosing and so on, and didn't do a proper job. But the money helps to compensate their conscience, and they can live with that, you see. But the system, as I say, of medicine is sorely lacking in real credibility when it comes down to what they're supposed to do and to what they actually really do. Where it's about vaccinating, and it's so true. The last few days that they're there, they might get 4 hours, maybe, in an afternoon, admit that, of talking about vaccinations. Otherwise, they know nothing else. So they're dependent on the reps coming in round the surgeries from the drug companies to hand them out brochures and little bits of magazines and free pills, samples to try this and that and the other, you see. And they tend to believe what the pharmacologists tell them, the pharmaceutical industries tell them. Oh, this is perfectly safe. And so back in the 60s and 70s, these tranquilizers were the cure-alls for all your problems, you see. Because what they do is, again, delay the problem, If there's a problem in your mind and you've got problems with anxiety or in sleeplessness and all other things that go, well, these things aren't going to fix the way you fix the problem is to deal with the things that are causing the problem. It's always financial, or again, not enough time, or you're working 3 jobs trying to make ends meet, whatever it happens to be. That's what you got to deal with. Taking pills, again, flattens your response until you won't care as much. But the problem's still going to be there. So, but regardless, that was the whole idea. Pharmacology was here to help you, you see. Not to fleece you, but to help you. And so they churned out these tranquilizers like you wouldn't believe it. At one of the movies they made, it was Walter Matthau, it was in a comedy. It's an airport scene where somebody faints at the airport and this doctor examines the patient on the floor and says, does anybody here have any Valium? And about 50 of them all pull out the pills from their pockets instantly, because that's how they're showing you. That's really how it really was back in those days. But lots of folk had terrible problems naturally with it, because it's far easier to take a pill and kind of dream through life, postponing all the problems which build up just like compound interest on bank accounts does, or loans does. And one day you're going to face it, and you keep putting them off and off and off. And I've known people who've done that, who took pills and put things off for ages, but then it comes crashing down. And their answer eventually is to overdose on the pills, inadvertently, generally, because even with all the pills, the problems become rather ominous and like mountains. And then you saw the same thing happening with the 2-page exposés or promotions, actually, of that wonder drug that came out in the 90s. Remember, every magazine, every newspaper was praising this stuff. And folk, again, don't say, wait a minute, these are paid, obviously. Why would they all be? Well, they're all getting money. Sure they are. But this was the answer to humanity's problems, And I think it was a Prozac, they called it. But we wouldn't have a problem ever again. This is what we'd all been looking for our entire lives. And again, it was promoted as totally harmless and didn't. And it took years, just like Valium did, of people working with patients to come forward and say, wait a minute, you've got housewives here killing their own children and so on, just go crazy and boom, boom, boom. Until they had to realize that and put warnings on the labels of these medications that you might inadvertently have a complete psychotic blackout with the darn things and do some crazy stuff. And again, a lot of them were sold, other ones were sold as antidepressants, and the folk were taking them, that increase in suicides with them. But the massive promotion at the time was, this is the miracle drug. We'd all been looking for this, you see. And with the Valium group, emergency departments had seen folk coming in and having physical convulsions. Often there are actually a conscious convulsion at times, where the patients are aware, say, what the heck's going on? And they begin through these rhythmic spasms, you see. And that was the drugs so dependent, the systems, your body becomes so dependent on them. The ones they're lacking, as I say, all stacks of other chemicals in your body have been switched off, and they don't suddenly switch back on. And you would have these physical symptoms for a while. But that's rampant through the military. Rampant, And There's consequences to all of this. It's consequences to your actions as well. Because without what seems to be the obvious, visible things you're fighting for, I mean, in other words, for the propaganda that you're fed, if you don't see it in action, the real propaganda, well, they told me it was going to be this and that and the whole thing. And these folk aren't as bad as they make out to be. So without all that, you see, and you're still killing them. Yeah. Once there's a conflict in your mind, that's you. And it's drug time. And yeah, they can keep you going for tour after tour after tour doing that kind of thing if they want to. And then it's your problem later on. It is your problem. Who else is it? It's you taking the drugs to flatten your emotions. Yet they knew, those who ran the military, or used the military, and had the agendas, they're the Kissinger types and Brzezinski types. They knew a long time ago that as they ran out of good propaganda, when things weren't so self-evident, it's easy to get the folk to go off and fight if it's self-evident that someone really is got it in for you, and it's not so difficult. It's so difficult to go off and fight with them. But once you run out of the good propaganda, you see, and things are very different in what you're observing yourself on the spot or in the field, then it's difficult to keep all these things going without the drugs. So they knew that. And they knew that when they ran out eventually because they knew eventually as they spread the wars and the campaigns, and like the whole the Desert Storm idea, that was to expand and take out all those countries on that list that the PNAC group had put out in the 1990s, including Syria and so on. They all had to be taken out, starting with Iraq. When they ran out of good propaganda, then they got to drug the troops to keep them going. Because what you're witnessing isn't what you've been propagandized with. And so you'll suffer personally, you see. So as much as I say, it's much easier when you've really got some pretense of the just war, which was the whole thing behind the PNAC propaganda, the white hats and the dark black hats, or the Western hats, That's how simple it was meant to be in propaganda. We've also seen the incredible fallout, the blowback from these wars, which is mass migration, which was all planned, by the way, like the chessboard. We'll do this. That will also cause mass migration into Europe, which further destroys the cultures, naturally, of those nations, which was deliberate and planned and written about during and after, up to the present time. And now they want to finish it off completely by finishing off a few other nations that are still on the list, as America is going down the tubes at home. Hard to get the troops to be so enthusiastic when you're watching your own country being demolished behind you. Again, it's all brought into consideration, and so they'll get even heavier and heavier drugs, you see, as we go through the last of these wars before you're collapsed. So sorry to prattle on so much about the effects on the military, but it's very important to realize how people are used and abused, and the same technique is used in all other sections of civilian society as well. This is a system, a very intensive system, with every segment of society completely catered to as for control purposes, to be used and controlled at the same time, and even eventually eliminated in different forms or ways or another. Elimination, and that's how it's designed. So remember that whenever you see them starting off again to resume the same wars that were put on pause for a while, against Syria and other countries, then again they're all back on track now, and Biden's in, the front man. And that's all these people are, front people, playing their parts, I mean, Trump himself, I think, has played his part, to be honest with you. That's my opinion. And the effect of it all was to, again, demonize a segment of society which has to be eventually disenfranchised, to say the very least of it, when all this is over and their function and their warlike abilities, or to be used in wars anyway, are over and done with. They've only got a few wars to fight now. So they should think of that as their own country is under attack from their own, whoever really runs them. The system are way above politics. The thing that really runs their nation is attacking them all. And they're supposed to go off and fight for a lot of nonsense in other countries for an agenda which is never disclosed to the public. Never. The truth of it is never disclosed to you. And that's the system. And it's worthwhile talking about once in a while. Because wars are serious business, and people who do plan and draft up a whole list of wars many years ago, and who are still there running things quietly, with all parties, they have no problems with all the different parties, they're all fronts. Then remember too, if they're planning the wars that they do, what they've got planned for home when all of this is over. I really mean this. You better start wising up here to what really runs your nations. And I would also like to mention here, before I go on to the next thing, cuttingthroughthematrix.com once again. Send a few bucks my way, and you go into the website at cuttingthroughthematrix.com to see how to do it. And PayPal, personal check, or you can send cash or use MoneyGram, whatever's handy to be used, and help me tick along, because, as I say, I'm not backed by any group behind me. And it's sad to say, I keep saying this, and folk won't wisen up to it. I understand this too. But a good chunk of what you see there that's put out to be popular is actually part of intelligence agency front groups set out there to do it. Just like the colour revolutions use them across the world and have been doing it for many, many years. They do the same thing at home as well. And it's up to you, if you can discern or not discern. But there are telltale signs quite often you'll see. And it's pretty bad now, as I say, because the net's run its course for getting anything really said to the public at all that was of any consequence or usefulness, because now it's kind of like a menagerie, deliberately so, almost like a National Enquirer type tabloid system, where it's kind of crazy. It's deliberately put out to be kind of crazy, and almost schizophrenic at times. It had to eventually get to that. But you find there's so many of them are put out there, just like the cyber warriors are put out there. They've got lots of the operatives out there doing all kinds of blogs, or sometimes 10-minute things, 5-minute things, sometimes a half hour, an hour more. And that's how well orchestrated everything is today. The folk who run the world don't sit and wait for things to happen. They plan ahead of every move that they give to you, and to make sure that they always have dominance over everything. Full spectrum dominance, folks. Also means, creating an environment of counter-intelligence, by adapting to your intelligence and what you're putting out as intelligence, news and facts, and countering it by adopting intelligence and then countering it through other techniques of ridiculing it, in fact, which ends up ridiculing the facts that others are actually putting out there. It's an old technique. Works very well. Very easy to do too, really, if you're well funded. So use your common sense. As used to say, and I actually like the slang in London, that you use your noodle, and there are different terms for your head and bread and all that, little rhymes to say their things. So anyway, I'll get on to some topics now in a second, but yeah, send a few bucks my way, and hopefully I can keep ticking along, because I say I've no axe to grind here. I don't force people to go off and do crazy things, and I wouldn't dream of that. Anybody who does is using you. Anybody who just uses your emotions to get you so upset that you want to do something really nasty, you can pretty well count on it as being part of an intelligence agency behind it. That's a typical technique that they use. It's generally always emotional, or they bring into this thing about kids all the time. It's a favourite one they've been using. I don't say this doesn't happen with abuse on children and so on. There's enough children go missing all the time, we know that. And yes, there's lots of pervs in the world, but there's also a massive push to always to distract folk who are trying to change the system for other reasons, for what they see as obvious reasons, who get diverted off into this tact over and over again. I've watched it for many years, and it becomes ridiculous eventually. That's intentional as well. And folk do crazy things then as well. It's all emotive, you see. Emotion overrides your sensibilities. And that's when you start to get programmed to do stupid things, to ridicule others in the process. It's kind of like the alien thing. It was a good thing as well. Now, aliens, again, also belong into the realms of fiction, like science fiction. And I'll give you an example, an analogy here to do with. I can remember when this movement went off into child sex and paedophilia years ago, until it became like a mantra with them, until they didn't notice everything else that was happening. Look at this hand, but don't look at this hand over here. That's very, very busy. And we saw this, over and over again, this technique being used. And another technique was used again in Britain, where they diverted it off into I think it was a Down syndrome girl. And the allegation was that the police, they were using her as like a sex toy or a sex kitten or something. And it got so bizarre and ridiculous. I thought, what on earth is this? What is this? Why do they keep pushing this thing? When you're losing your sovereignty, you've got mass migration coming in, you've lost your rights and your privacy, etc., etc. But this will go off to this one person that they say is being abused, and you got if they believe that the entire police of a nation want to have sex with this girl. It was madness, nonsense. Yeah, these are psyops. These things, they have to be psyops. What else could they be? For goodness sakes, it's like that movie. It's a good movie, that Whitley Strieber put out years ago called Communion. And he was a second writer, and he did sci-fi, and he put Communion out, and it was promoted as the truth, you see, that happened to him. This is how it promoted it, which is a good shtick if you want to sell lots of books and get movies made. The movie did come out, and again, everybody rushed to see it. Oh my God, this guy got visited by aliens, and they had the greys in there, and the little squat bluish ones as well, that would come in and carry out your room. They'd stun you with this little kind of stick on your forehead, and stun you, and carry you off to be examined into a spaceship. I don't know why they take you to a spaceship to examine, but that's what they did. And that's what promoted something that's never ended. That was the anal probes and everything, And everybody said, oh God, oh no. And then away they'd go, these aliens. Then it would happen to him again, maybe 2 or 3 times. Do you realize what he's telling you here? Huh? The aliens, they had to be so advanced, came from light years away, millions of miles, to look in his you-know-what. Huh? And they were so astonished at what they found, they came back a second and a third time. Eh? That really makes you unique, I guess. Huh? But this is the same kind of thing. There's the stuff they can put out there too, to make you think that everybody just wants to have sex with children. It's just crazy. It's crazy. That's where it belongs in fantasy land. There's no doubt about it that you'll definitely have these rings of pedos that come out once in a while. You find them in real cases, no doubt about it. But the way you're carefully, through counterintelligence, diverted off into that topic over and over and over, when you're losing your shirts, for goodness sake, and you're looking towards very shortly, the inability even to get food for yourselves, that's coming down very quickly. That's the plan for austerity too, and in rationing. A complete wartime scenario, folks, has to be used to bring in a new system. And they've got you diverted off into La La Land. And folk keep falling for it over and over and over again. The one thing you will always find is doing your own study and research, just regular books out there, is how basically corrupt this system is. That's all you have to really know. Totally corrupt. Completely corrupt. And in a system we've already been taught, that life is cheap now. That's part of the training you're getting now through the COVID exercise, through the bioethics committees. Life is cheaper. We've got to decide who to give the treatments to, because we can't just give it to everybody, to make them pull through this, etc. We ration care. See, you're getting taught that life is cheap, and you got folk who are higher priorities than you. Their social credit systems and all the rest of it. I've got articles about even that tonight. But this is what you're living through. You're being trained into a new system that was discussed in the 1920s and 30s, and Brave New World had it in it, the end of life, that they've decided. Why pull you through? But they might have to ration that medication for folk who are younger or more a chance of living longer than you will anyway. Well, you might live in there 10, 15 years. I'd say it's pretty decent, Well, so why not give it to you? No, we can't do that, you see. We're deciding you've lived long enough. And we don't really need you. I mean, do you have any real social standing, any purpose right now? Are you on any higher committees to serve humanity? And, this is how they put this rubbish across. And that's what you're living through. You're getting taught, and you're accepting it. You're all accepting. Well, suddenly old folk are like a separate species, You're all going to get there, folks, and you'll think the same thing way that you thought when you're 20 or 30. Your brain's still functioning. You're still you. You're not decrepit. It's really sad, isn't it? That they can create so many divisions in society that you go along with it without even realizing you're being trained. And to see things the way that they want you to see it. Until you'll say to yourself one day, that maybe, I've hit that age, maybe it's time for me to go. I'm taking up the other person's resources there. You're all getting trained. And folk don't know it, eh? Anyway, before I get on to it, I just want to mention too that it's nice to see that nature, as always nature, has never cooperated with the climate change plan that they had to bring in austerity. And COVID's better. It's a wartime scenario. It's a war against a virus. You see, and so they can ram it through much quicker, as Mr. Schwab, the slob Schwab said. And for the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, at night I've had 25 to 30 below zero. Eh? And once you get to minus 40, it's much the same in either centigrade or in Fahrenheit. It starts to get to the same number, you see. But yeah, I'm getting down there, but in the Fahrenheit range, 25, minus 25, minus 30. And at night. And some days during the day it's maybe plus 5, sometimes it's on the zero during the day. And so the climate really is just still the same climate, basically, yeah. And the Antarctic now is thickening, and all the scientists are in a fuddle because of it, because it's not supposed to. You see, under all the computer modelling, we're supposed to be melting, and it's not happening, and it's getting thicker and thicker, and they go back to the computer models to see what the great computer is going to tell them, and it's quite something, isn't it? That I was thinking, I get all pictures in my mind, and I'm sure you all do too. Yeah? If you can remember, it's good to remember, trying to remember when you were forced to go to school. And the silly things that they taught you in school, but occasionally you get a story, some children's story, and you get pictures in your mind of the characters in the children's story, And I still have those kind of pictures today when they come out with certain things. And I was reading this article today about it, you see. The ice is getting thicker and thicker, and they're all confused. So all these computer modelers, you see, because they all run it through computers, this great new oracle of Delphi, for their prophecies, you see. That's what the whole world's running on now, is these ridiculous computer models. The great god, the computer. And I had a picture in my head of ancient Rome, where they used to have the different priest class there that would slaughter an animal And you actually see these clay models they had to train the priests, you see, how to read livers of animals. And so they have clay ones, and they have marked off and writing scribbles on it and so on. So they take the livers out, you see, and they examine it very, very solemnly. You didn't laugh or they'd have your head off. But this is all it produced to tell what the future was going to bring, or what our leader should do, and when decisions were necessary very quickly and all that. And there's a spot here on that liver. That means, and they refer to their model, you see, with the writing on it. Or that means so and so on. And we've always had these characters, haven't we? Yeah? Oh, I think all nations, all peoples had these characters, that the red omens, either entrails or livers and things like that. And I don't think there's really a country that probably didn't have that kind of thing going on in it. But again, it was looked upon at the time as a profession, you see, a profession. Now it's computer modeling. And so all the data, rather than looking for little flukes on the liver, little problems with little cirrhosis here or there, whatever it happens to be, what it meant, they look at their data, you see all their figures and numbers and algorithms and what it turned up with, and come out with their conclusions. And then again, you got an expert to read it. I guess this must mean so-and-so, eh? This must mean that the climate is what, blah, blah, blah. And away they go. And of course, as soon as they utter this, the top climatologists that read this stuff, they utter this to the papers, and it's just like a high priesthood, and it's published across the planet at the same time. Or it's suppressed. It just doesn't fit into global warming, eh? But yes, I can happily tell you that I'm still freezing to death in the winter here. And there you go. That's how it really works, eh? So we'll go into, again, conspiracies, and the conspiratorial view of history as opposed to the accidental view of history, you see. Because that's really what it's about, isn't it? You're trained to believe, to be naive and always go along with the mainstream. Oh, yeah, that's all just coincidence. Eh? And when you think of coincidence, it's like co meaning also with, alongside, incident, an incident, you see. And so something always happens alongside the incident, so that you'll say, that's just coincidence, eh? It's a coincidence that it's a coincidence. And that's how you put it down to. And until you have nothing but coincidences all the time. Just like they had coincidences for the PNAC group that had a whole list of countries to take out in the 90s. They were quite open about it. They published it twice, in fact. And then they came into power with Bush Jr. But in the 90s, they said they would need a Pearl Harbor event to get the country on their side to attack all these nations and to take them out and so on. And bingo, 9/11 happened. So they just coincidence that they got that lucky thing happening to them. For their point of view, it was lucky, you see. And that becomes official history. So whatever liver their priesthood is examining they must be awfully good at reading it. Right? And we're supposed to believe that. But anyway, this article here talks about conspiracy. Amazing how everybody else gets lambasted for mentioning conspiracy. And again, the CIA came up with that term to smear anybody who talked about the Kennedy assassination. If you just label everybody who questions it as a conspiracy theorist, and that'll ridicule them. You don't have to answer anything, realistically answer anything. You just smear them, ridicule them, and avoid the answers, you see. That's how it's done. So this article was out. She's probably heard about it from Time, yeah? And it was Molly Ball, her name was. I think she also did a book on Pelosi, or maybe, I think she may have done it. I have to check that out and see. Don't take that to the bank. But anyway, this is for Time, eh? And it says a weird thing happened after the November 3rd election. It says nothing. The nation was braced for chaos. Liberal groups had vowed to take to the streets, planning hundreds of protests across the country. Right-wing militias were gearing for battle, and a poll before election day, 75% of Americans voiced concern about violence. So their polls know all about it. Instead, an eerie quiet descended As President Trump refused to concede, the response was not mass action, but crickets, chirping away. When the media organizations called the race for Joe Biden on November 7th, jubilation broke out instead, as people thronged cities across the US to celebrate the democratic process that resulted in Trump's ouster. The second odd thing happened amidst attempts to reverse the result. Corporate America turned on Trump. So big businesses, corporations, Hundreds of major business leaders, many of whom had backed Trump's candidacy and supported his policies, called on him to concede to the president. Something felt amiss. It was all very, very strange, he said. On December 2nd, within days after election, we witnessed an orchestrated effort to anoint the winner, even while many key states were still being counted. In a way, Trump was right. Remember, they always give you revelation of the method, in no cult. They always do something, then eventually, when they've won whatever they're won, they show you the revelation of the method. It says there was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists, it wasn't informal, and business titans. The pact was formalized by in a terse, little-noticed joint statement the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO published on Election Day. Both sides would come to see it as a sort of implicit bargain inspired by the summer's massive, sometimes destructive racial justice protests, in which the forces of labour came together with the forces of capital to keep the peace and oppose Trump's assault on democracy. That's CIA you're talking about here, folks. So they say it's a handshake between business and labour. It was just one component of a vast cross-partisan campaign to protect the election. So they're here admitting that this is how they did it, folks. And even in the revelation here, they're trying to tell you that both sides, Republicans and Democrats, work together, you see. Just like that, You always have to have a cap to a pyramid, you understand, if the pyramid's in control. So this article I'll put up tonight too, and I'll give you some ideas of how it was done. Some of it, as I say, is an expose here generally hides a lot more than it'll reveal, actually. But I'll put it up regardless for those who think that conspiracies are all conspiracy theories, you say. And this is from the horses. They can use it when they want to, you see, but you can't. Now, back to the COVID, And this article here is at least 36 people develop blood disorder and a doctor dies after receiving Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccines as experts probe potential links between shots and the rare condition. And this rare blood disorder, it's just a coincidence. It could have happened at any time, just supposedly it's happening now. And it's a thrombocytopenia after receiving either of the two COVID-19 vaccines authorized in the US. One of them was Miami obstetrician Dr. Gregory Michael died after thrombocytopenia caused his platelets to drop virtually to zero. That's what they saw in the hospital when he came into the hospital. And he was an obstetrician and gynecologist and healthy, according to his wife. But after the shots, within about a week or so, his platelet count dropped. He started getting the thrombocytopenic purpura and little hemorrhages under the skin, his toes and his fingers and everywhere else. And eventually you hit them through his brain and he died, hemorrhaging. Literally his clotting mechanism just died completely. He says he was just 56 and he was healthy and died of a brain hemorrhage just 16 days after receiving the Pfizer shot. His doctors ordered Luz Legaspi, 72, not to leave her bed for over a week for fear a bump, a bruise, or a fall or other minor injury could lead to a similar hemorrhage and prove fatal for her. So it says thrombocytopenia has been seen after other vaccines as well. In the past, that's true. And experts of these priesthood in the priesthood of experts, suspect that the shot does act as a trigger in some way. They just don't know why yet. Well, amazing that. They know everything else, supposedly. But so far, the platelet-suppressing condition appears exceedingly rare. That's okay then, it's only killing a few folk, affecting just 36 people out of 43 million doses, it says, administered in the US. Well, is that the real figure we're getting yet, Now we're talking about rather immediate reactions here to a novel coronavirus, right? And also by using a novel mRNA jab. I hesitate to call it a vaccine because it's not really the same, but it's definitely an altering type jab that's going to alter your DNA in your body once it's in there, permanently. So it's a novel type jab as well. And it says, and scientists theorize that only a small fraction of the population may have some you're predisposed to this happening after certain types of shots, you see. Not that shots shots obviously are not within nature. You'd live the rest of your life quite happily without the shot, without getting hemorrhaged to death, you see. But they're trying to say you've got a predisposition to it that could lead to the vaccine. It triggered the blood disorder, which you didn't have before, you see. Well, 15 people included in a forthcoming study, only one had recent history of low platelet counts, and there were no clear common threads that predict who might be the very few to develop the thrombocytopenia after vaccination. So that makes it all right then, eh? There you go. And it says Dr. Gregory Michael, 56, died of a brain hemorrhage from 16 days after he got the COVID-19 shot. And some folk develop a rare blood disorder, or the same one actually, after the first shot of Moderna's vaccine had to be put on total bed rest to prevent potentially bleeding, potentially hemorrhaging to death. Of course, that's what would happen if it didn't stop it. So immune thrombocytopenic purpura is a blood disorder characterized by a decrease in the number of platelets in the blood. The platelet cells in the blood that help stop bleeding, they're part of a clotting process, fibrinogen, all that kind of stuff. A decrease in platelets can cause easy bruising, bleeding gums, and internal bleeding. And it's caused by an immune reaction against one's own platelets. So it's an autoimmune disease that happens after the shot. That's what it is, folks. See, you didn't have the autoimmune disease before the shot, right? If you bruise yourself before the shot, you wouldn't have hemorrhaged to death. But after the shot, your own immune system starts to attack certain things in your body. In this case, it's attacking the platelets in your blood and killing them, destroying them. Other autoimmune ones that happen with vaccines can be arthritis is a more common one. You know. It can attack the spine and different joints in your body. And they can also permanently destroy a good part of your immune system by having your immune system fighting everything that it shouldn't be fighting until it can't even concentrate on one real thing until you die of some other disease you should be able to fight off. These are the things you're supposed to be taught when you get informed consent, folks. You're supposed to be taught and told what information to do with these side effects of these vaccines could be, so that you decide whether to take the risk or not. Saying that it's good for you and it's safe is not informed consent. It's not getting informed, no. Telling you what the reactions can be. Huh? And also telling you that if you just develop your own immune system, if you to fight COVID, like your own antibodies, which most folk have already done, that have had it, otherwise they'd be sick permanently, right? And telling you the vaccine, could give you some of these terrible reactions, including death, or cripple you. For an illness that you probably won't know that you've had if you get it naturally. And even if you get it, there's a less than 0.14. 0.14 percent chance that you'll get ill or die with it. So it's more chance of getting hit with a car. Man in his 70s collapses, dies just 25 minutes after receiving COVID-19 vaccine in New York City, as officials say he didn't have allergic reaction, right? So naturally, it's nothing to do with the vaccine again. It couldn't have been, for goodness sake. I mean, they're watching you for 15 minutes, the mandatory 15 minutes for an anaphylactic reaction to it. And this is 10 minutes over that, so it couldn't have been that, you see. So he's dead as well. I'll put this article up as well. That's from the Daily Mail. These are not from these are from mainstream rags, as they used to call them. Another medical professional in the prime of life dead weeks after receiving the mRNA experimental injection, as Memphis mourns the loss of a 36-year-old doctor. There's a 36-year-old one now too. And that's an orthopedic doctor. His name was Barton Williams, 36 years old. And what's becoming a frequent report here at Health Impact News, it's called. Another medical professional has died within weeks of being injected with an experimental mRNA COVID injection. It's got to be coincidence, eh? And the local media are assuring the public that his death is unrelated. Now, what's the media got to do with medicine? How can they assure the public that his death is unrelated to the experimental injection he received? ABC Local 24 has reported the death of the 36-year-old Memphis orthopedic Dr. Barton Williams, and it says they're blaming it on a rare COVID-related syndrome. And it's seen, multi-system inflammatory syndrome. That's what he developed, and that's another way it kills you too. And that's what happens. I mean, your system literally goes into massive inflammation, trying to fight off this stuff that's been pumped into you. That's what happens, eh? And the particles contained within this particular jab, they found too that they can cross the blood-brain barrier, eh? That's really comforting, you know. And then if you're getting a massive inflammatory syndrome to it, reaction to it, well, what would you expect? It says this is a rare syndrome, but they find it sometimes in children who've had COVID-19. And actually, they found it more in children who've had vaccines. That's where you generally find it after vaccination. Eh? Anyway, they've got this Dr. Threlkeld, who's called Threlkeld, I think. Says he's working with the CDC, but preliminarily it appears that MIS, this syndrome, is the cause of Williams' death, and said it's believed that Williams previously had an asymptomatic case of COVID. So it must have been that. He must have had an asymptomatic case of COVID, right? This Threlkeld added Williams also had been vaccinated for COVID about a month ago. This is interesting, this part. But a month ago, and that testing, right, I guess after he died, testing found 2 types of antibodies in his system. One type of antibody that results from a natural COVID infection, so it's a natural antibody you develop, right? And a second type of antibody from the vaccine. So they actually tell the second type is not the same as the natural one. So. Threlkeld also said Williams tested negative for COVID-19 while in the hospital. See? This raises the question once again that we have been raising. Why would anybody choose to get an experimental mRNA injection, especially in this case, when the deceased allegedly already had natural antibodies against COVID-19 exactly? So there you go. It says in the case of Dr. Barton Williams, this man who died, not only they're not linking the COVID injection to his death, right? They're actually encouraging more people to get the injections to prevent what happened to Dr. Williams. There you go. So I'll put these ones up for those who care to investigate them. You probably heard about the Gibraltar escapade there, with the 53 dead in Gibraltar in 10 days after experimental Pfizer's mRNA COVID injection started. And it's a good testing site too. because it's got a population of just over 30,000 people. It's much easier to contain and observe, and it's best known for its huge rock, the Rock of Gibraltar. And it says that 53 people have died in the 10 days immediately following the rollout of injections of the Pfizer's mRNA COVID injections. And they're calling it a massacre, some of the people, the native people there. Local media reports confirm the deaths, but blame them on COVID and not the COVID injections. However, prior to the rollout of the injections, it's reported that only 16 people in total died, in the past year from COVID, right? Before the injections, right? But since the beginning of the pandemic, beginning of the injections, right, 53 folk died in 10 days. That kind of speaks, that warrants investigation, I would say. You can't keep saying it's just coincidence. And I'll put these links up for anybody who wants to look them for themselves. Again, another article from the Charlotte newspaper about that same Memphis surgeon dies of COVID-related illness. This is how a COVID-related illness, weeks after receiving a second COVID vaccine. Well, they said after he didn't have it at the time he got the vaccination. Right? So I love how the media kind of spins it too. And it said in the other article, mind you, that he didn't have the infection at the time. He'd had it in the past, but he didn't have it at the time he got vaccinated. This one's trying to contradict it. And the disease quickly went from diagnosis to death, a matter of days. There you go. Multi-system inflammatory syndrome. An attacked immune system, that's pretty typical. And again, you're getting used to it. This is a whole war-type scenario, you understand, for something they dreamed up, really. At the very least dreamed up. I didn't say they'd invented it, I said they dreamed up. And who knows how it really came out. So it doesn't make much sense to anybody who really has studied it for just developing by itself. Anyway, COVID-19 is likely to be with us forever, they say now. And I knew that last year. Like any other virus, right? The EU health chief admits, European health chief, right? And we should be prepared that it will remain with us. The ECDC head said Friday. And that's their head of basically their version of the CDC, I guess. And so it will continue to circulate long term despite the rollout of vaccine. The head of the EU ECDC health agency, Andrea Ammon, said on Friday. So you got God Ammon there too. We should be prepared that it will remain with us. And it seems more likely that it would stay because it's well adapted to humans, she said. It wouldn't be the first virus that's with us forever. Of course it's not. That's why they knew at the start you can't get vaccines against them, because they constantly change. Most of them change, by the way, into harmless versions of them. However, the harmless versions, if you catch them, will still give you immune responses, so you develop antibodies to the more severe types. That's how it really works. Bill Gates wants global response force, like an army, right? For future outbreaks, pandemics, and advocates for monoclonal antibodies, mRNA vaccines. Because he's got the platforms to build them on. You see, he owns them, I think, some of them. And so he wants to see the new global alert system, mass testing systems, and quick responding international infectious disease force developed to respond quickly to future pandemics. To make sure that they use all his types of patents and things and stuff. He's not compromised here with personal investments and things like that. Of course, he's a charitable sort of guy. He wants to bring down the population and help you get over illnesses as well, at the same time. That's quite a nice ambition, I suppose, if you're a megalomaniac, And anyway, there you go. So they go into monoclonal antibodies, the proteins produced in laboratories that mimic the immune system or their ability to fight off harmful pathogens such as viruses. According to the US Food and Drug Administration, the FDA approved some lab-produced antibodies as coronavirus treatments in November. Remember, they can do that. You get someone who's already had the illness, developed antibodies, then you can reproduce many more antibodies and put them in someone who's lacking them. So these manufactured antibodies grab onto the virus and disable it, just like your immune system, and can reduce death rates by as much as 80%. That's right. However, again, Gates' ideas, they've got the basic platform for building these mRNA vaccines with slight adjustments for different types that come. Yep. Remember the one too I mentioned as well, the 39-year-old medical doctor and son of former Chief Justice of Trinidad found dead after COVID injection in Ireland. That was last week I mentioned that one. That's another coincidence though, yeah. Dr. Keshav Raman Sharma, respiratory consultant who practiced in Wexford Hospital, received one of the experimental COVID mRNA vaccines injections January 5th, 2021, and the following Sunday, January the 10th, was found dead in his home. And it says the journal has decided to run a fact check to debunk these claims that it was anything to do with the vaccine, but the fact check only confirmed that he had received the vaccine while repeating the religious belief in vaccines that they cannot cause death, and that therefore this claim was debunked, you see. So they simply state it couldn't have been the vaccine, and that's a form of debunking it. It couldn't have happened that way. That's good enough, eh? So I'll put these links up for folk who want to see them, and because this is more like informed, isn't it? It's supposed to be informed about what it's all about. That's what news used to be supposedly about. I don't think it ever really was, but there you go. And Wisconsin resident doctor has miscarriage 3 days after being injected with experimental COVID mRNA shot. And gives a story about that too, by Dr. Sarah Beltran Ponce, it says. So I'll put that one up as well. It says, unlike the UK, US FDA allows pregnant and nursing women to receive experimental Pfizer COVID vaccine. Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg and Dr. Michael Yaden, the former head of Pfizer Research, filed an emergency stay of action with the European Medicines Agency, trying to prevent the experimental COVID mRNA injections from being used on the public as guinea pigs. Good luck for them, eh? Anthony Fauci. What can you say about this character? I mean, he reminds me of characters in the past, with his single-mindedness of his self-righteousness, regardless of the consequences. Never mind the fact he's got CIA clearance. Anybody with CIA clearance I don't trust at all. And of course you have clearance when you've been dealing with viral warfare facilities and so on. Anthony Fauci, we've got to get the entire world vaccinated, he says. So there you go. How many times has he lied to the public, eh? Even admitting on TV that he's lied before to the public about this thing. Well, you have to lie to them, they're like children, you see. They just don't understand, and if you want to get them to comply, you have to lie to them. A few weeks more and you'll be free. Oh yeah, another few months and you'll be free. Oh, maybe a few years and you'll be free. Oh, you'll never be free. But you'd never go along with it if I told you the truth, eh? Mm-hmm. And I'm paraphrasing his interviews. There you go. So it's okay to lie to the schmucks, the peasant schmucks. And you never understand these things. You're too much of a peasant, That's why they don't give you, give you informed consent, because you're such a peasant, you can understand information. Yeah. You may ask questions like, so it might kill you. Well, how will it kill you? And I can't explain that medically to you. It's too complicated. There you go. So he's want to get everybody vaccinated, but I mean, it really doesn't make sense to me, and others too. If you've got something, they've told you, it won't guarantee that you won't get COVID. Can't guarantee that you won't get severe COVID, by the way. So it's still experimental. They're still trying to get data coming in. They're asking folk to send all information on side effects or anything that crops up to them as part 3 of the experiment, stage 3 of the experiment, you see. They bypassed it with the animals. You are now the animals. And so they can't truthfully tell you that it's safe because they don't know yet what the longer term symptoms will be. And that's not terrible. They're lying to the public because if they'd done all the experiments first with the animals, over years they would have found what the long-term effects will be. When they admit they don't know what they'll be, because you are stage 3 now with the experiment, how can you possibly say they're perfectly safe when you don't know that yet? Well, they can't. Not truthfully. Really something, eh? So he wants the whole world vaccinated, but we're also, Canada and the States are buying millions more of the vaccines to give to the rest of the planet. They really are making a killing, literally, financial, that is, I'm not being facetious, but they're making a killing off this guaranteed income, eh? And so we're going to help give the rest of the world this. Well, what can you say? I could go on forever. There's no point speaking about it. It's illegal to speak about it, you see. It really is, isn't it? It's illegal to have any truthful negativity about this at all. It doesn't matter about the facts. Facts don't matter here. So Fauci wants you to still wear a mask even after you've been vaccinated, and social distancing and all the rest. And they don't want you to have stacks of vaccines after the COVID one, but plus COVID boosters and etc., right? And just like a flu shot, people may need to take COVID-19 vaccine annually for the next several years, says Johnson & Johnson CEO. Because they're all in on the act, all these companies. Eh? This is a guaranteed multi-billion-dollar industry now. Eh? Guaranteed. For all their investors. Eh? All the 1% at the top. Eh? The big guys. And other ones have said the same thing too. That leader of the British company in Oxford, it was on television apparently. I saw the clip off the internet. And he was in a TV show where he slipped out. Was it Sir John Bell, his name, I think? It slipped out that he said, I don't think he'll sterilise everybody, maybe 60% or so, he says. And the interviewer is stunned and he puts his hand over his mouth like, what's he saying? He said the same thing too. I think it'll be an annual shot like the flu. So this is all decided long ago, all this stuff, even before you heard of COVID, or even they heard of COVID. It's all decided. This is how they'll play this one, right? And the Bristol variant, all these variants, see, could reinfect Brits who've had COVID vaccine. See, it could do 1,000 things, eh? It could this and it could that, and very scientific, and it may and it might, and it may not, and very scientific, eh? Let's give up all the rights and freedoms for maybes and could and possibly, and we don't know yet. Eh? So it could reinfect the Brits who've had COVID vaccine with fears it could rip across the UK. The SAGE expert warns, eh? A special advisory group of these so-called experts to British governments. Look at the state of the government. Look, you've seen these characters, including the experts. So here you have it. Now, don't forget, too, that these viruses, most viruses that come out after them, the secondary ones and so on, are often weaker. They might be more contagious. Everybody might go through the whole, but give you no symptoms at all. They get weaker that way, And if you get the weaker type, as I say, you'll still develop an immune response. And the immune response often will work with the more potent types of the same strains, the slightly different strains of the same group family. That's how it works. It's interesting too, the SAGE experts. I mean, the acronyms, they really choose them carefully and create them carefully. And SAGE, for the Special Assignment Group and all that, or expert groups, and they're advising governments and all kinds of things. The same group, by the way, that did subcontract to another group of behaviourist experts and behavioural insights teams that were tasked with getting the public to comply, and the media to start to exaggerate the stories they said. That was in the papers. A truthful journalist says, I was sent this by this group. And all the media have been sent this. It says, and we're told to exaggerate the stories to increase anxiety in the general population so they'll comply and do what they're told by the experts. So your tax money is getting paid to folk who are trained terrorists. They terrorize you. Under the SAGE group, eh? And SAGE, remember, too, is this magical thing that all the Wiccans and so on use. You waft it for smoke, you drive out demons and things. It's all coincidental. Smoke and mirrors, So Professor John Edmonds says that the mutant strain could also... They're all mutant strains, folks. The original COVID-19 is a mutant strain of a SARS virus. The SARS one is a mutant strain of a coronavirus, which the other ones didn't jump from animal to human. Anyway, so he says it could reinfect those who've caught the bug before, as he warned. You see, it could, you see. Theoretically, anything's possible, you see, I suppose. And it'd be dangerous to let it rip through Britain. Well, why would it be dangerous? They would know that already, you see. So the Bristol strain emerged last week along with another Liverpool variant. Oh my goodness, we've got cities competing with cities here to be the top variants. And so it developed directly from the Kent strain, and now includes a mutation called, oh my good, could you believe a virus can call itself E484K? Wow. Allowing the virus to evade vaccines more easily. Really? I don't know whether the Bristol variant is any more transmissible than the Kent variant, he says. I suspect it isn't. But the real worry, he said, was the strain's potential to reinfect. Well, will it or won't it? Where it has an advantage, potentially at least, is that it may be able to reinfect people who have been previously infected. You see? Mutation present in the Bristol strain is already found in both South African and Brazilian coronavirus. Well, it's multicultural, for goodness sake, so it should be a good thing, really. Hey? And it says... they keep repeating themselves in these articles, So they try to terrify the public about all these different strains out there. Doesn't mean it's any more dangerous than any other strain, you see. But could be. You might, we don't know. Give it time, There you go. And also door-to-door testing in Britain, So Middlesbrough, and they're using postcodes. That's how they're going, like a graph system of a map area. It's also being launched in parts of Walsall and specific areas in the RG26 postcode in Hampshire, where the COVID-19 variant first identified in South Africa has been found. And strongly encouraged to do a COVID-19 test this week, all the people, whether they're showing symptoms or not. People with symptoms should book a test in the usual way, and those without symptoms should visit their local authority website for more information. Yeah, they are, So they've got a surge testing program. Wow. Oh, it sounds very sci-fi to me, Very dystopian. Good movie. Good movie, though. And door to door, here's the folk locked down, avoiding contact, but the same groups going door to door to door to door. Of course, they couldn't spread it, even on their clothing. No. No, you understand, you get the sublime to the ridiculous with all this. It's just farcical. And this is the Evening Standard, Get used to the idea of vaccinating and revaccinating, says Boris Johnson, the mouthpiece for big business. Boris Johnson, you can take orders from an idiot like this. He gave the strongest hint yet the country is facing repeated rounds of COVID-19 vaccines. Oh, so this is forever, folks. Pin cushions. And we're going to have to get used to the idea of vaccinating and revaccinating. Yeah, there you go. To face these new variants, which of course are endless. He made the comments in response to a question from former Cabinet Minister Julian Smith, who asked what government was going to do to make sure the country is not behind on vaccine supplies when the virus mutates. So it's big. I wonder how much money they're all getting to be spokesman for the vaccine companies. Just a thought. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying it's just a thought, isn't it? And it's true enough. It's not conspiracy that I'm thinking of. This is the Prime Minister said it was an extremely important question, and added, that's why we recently announced an agreement for 50 million doses with the manufacturer CureVac, because we believe that they may help us to develop vaccines that can respond at scale to new variants of the virus. So thank goodness they're on top of it before they mutate and stuff, I tell you, it's just... Thank God for big pharmacology and vaccine makers. Wow, everybody's in the act too. Hand sanitizers used in pandemic could trigger widespread resistance to disinfectants. I remember years ago they tried that. Say everything in the scientific system now is could or maybe or possibly or, very scientific. You're back again. I get that picture. They're back reading that liver of that animal again. Oh, look, there's another little node there. Could do. It might. Might not, though. I mean, they tried that too when they had that fad in the 90s with antimicrobial soaps they came out with, disinfectant that would kill off all kinds of things, and folk were slapping them all over the place, all over their bodies, and then they said, "Oh my goodness, it's killing off all the good bacterium as well," and that this might lead to immunity for the bad bacteria, And so they stopped making it for a while. I don't think they stopped it altogether, but... So here you are, could trigger widespread resistance to disinfectants. Well, remember, again, everything's so farcical. They've been using the hand sanitizer in all medical clinics and hospitals for as long as I can remember. And they use them in the surgeries and so on, in special soaps to get antimicrobial. But are you going to stop all them from doing it suddenly too? Because the public's using it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the public were dirtier than the professionals. Oh, well, maybe that may have a different kind of bacterium on you. Bacteria's growing and it's flourishing on you. Oh, my goodness. Pictures too of big microbes running over your skin. They did that years ago too, They had again, artist renditions. You always have that, just like the AIDS virus, artist renditions. But then they'd show you these the monsters the size of a page in a newspaper, and you, oh my God, look at that artist rendition, and you'd have nightmares over it. But they had artist renditions when they went through the fad of all the different kind of little bacterias and microbes that live on you naturally, different parts of your body, and they likened it like the world, Here's the armpits, and here's the chest could be like the Sahara Desert, a different kind on there, you see. And under the armpits, of course, you'd have different kinds again, and you had other microbes that rode on the top of other ones like horses. And they created this whole world of, wow, who would have thought, You got pitched battles and armies across your bodies battling each other all the time. And I'm sure that would lead to a lot of folk going to psychiatrists and psychologists and got more pills and, off into La La Land with all of those wonderful revelations. So yeah, and then the AIDS one came out and it says, and scientists think, this is back in the late 70s, maybe early 80s, scientists think this AIDS virus might, because no one had seen it, you see, it might look like part bacterium with a head of a virus on it, or the other way around. And they showed you this thing like a monster, as I said, it was about a page wide, with all these kind of hairs sticking out of it. So right of a sci-fi horror movie, something from a different planet, and this horrible big face on it with a mouth and teeth and everything. that was with this artist rendition. Eh? They published this rubbish. No kidding you. Oh. And here we go again. Now, bioethics, you see, you're getting trained into a whole new system of austerity, but also to do with accepting that life is becoming cheap, you see, and accepting that professionals who should decide whose life is cheapened and whose isn't, you see, who's important, who's not important, just like the business is essential and non-essential, and who to treat, who not to treat. And you're getting trained that this is normal. You're getting trained to categorize elderly folk as some kind of obsolete old thing over the hill that should just be eliminated. You've been trained to believe that. I really mean this. This is deliberate. They train the bioethicists to put this rubbish across to train you this way, to alter society. Hospitals considered universal do not resuscitate orders for coronavirus patients. The worry that all hands responses may expose doctors and nurses to infection prompts debate about prioritizing the survival of the many over the one. So there you are, bioethics, survival of the many over the one. Who do we sacrifice is what they're telling you, right? Washington Post. So on the front lines of the pandemic, this is in between the dancing and stuff, they're engaged in a heated private debate over a calculation few have encountered in their lifetimes. How to weigh the save-at-all-cost approach to resuscitating a dying patient against the real danger of exposing doctors and nurses to the contagion of the coronavirus. And then they're going about the dwindling stores of protective equipment, masks, gowns and gloves. It may be too great to justify the conventional response when a patient codes in their heart or breathing stops. There you go. But mind you, if the staff have all had their shots, they should be pretty well immune, shouldn't they? I mean, should they? Oh dear. But you remember too, the lockstep that the Rockefeller Foundation put out, because they have their bioethicists working, drafting up laws for the hospitals to follow, actual laws and codes and so on. And they're the ones who lead the charge on bioethics for doctors and staff, and who should live and who should die, and the new morality. They got degrees in morality. You're an immoral prune, if you don't have one of these degrees, obviously. There you go. You're all being trained, yeah. And another article too. How they want to bring in 10-year jail sentences for people who've been on holiday in Britain and who lie about their travel at the UK border as appropriate. Appropriate to give them 10 years. So under new measures due to come into force from Monday, UK and Irish residents arriving in England from 33 red list countries, they call them red list countries, will have to pay up to £1,750 to quarantine for 10 days in government-managed hotel rooms. As part of the enforcement of the new action, anyone who tries to conceal that they've been in a red list country and 10 days before their arrival will face a prison sentence up to 10 years, a penalty which has caused concern among MPs and former judges. Hell, they're not letting illegals serve time, so why are they doing that to the folk who live in Britain, who just come back, Well, let's not look for continuity of logic here in this day and age, And Mr. Shapps explained how the fresh restrictions are being introduced due to the government's concerns about new coronavirus variants being imported or becoming more widespread in the UK. What absolute nonsense, What absolute nonsense. What we're dealing with now are the variants, and with variants we cannot risk it in these final stages. I've got the articles from the last spring, a year ago, where they talked about all the variants that already had appeared then, the same ones, by the way, that they're renaming today. But let's not use facts and logic. So yeah, more restrictions, Children seeking mental health treatment skyrocketing during the pandemic. I wonder why. Restrictions may last until all adults have been vaccinated, a senior health official warns. So there's your choice, and you're getting warned that they're going to keep it locked down until you all get your shots. That's real choice, isn't it? It's real choice. And again, don't forget that the side effects of the vaccine are more prolific and more common than you'd think, compared to catching most folk have caught the virus. A lot of folk have already got antibodies against it, natural antibodies. And the chance of getting sick and dying from it are 0.14%, they claim. But the chance of getting a bad reaction is rather huge when everybody's getting reactions of some kind or another, adverse reaction. From big bumps on their arm the size of golf balls and bigger, to paralysis of the arm, to paralysis of their face sometimes. Oh, don't worry, the paralysis to your face, the Parkinson's type, might only last a few days to a few weeks. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah. What's the long-term effects? We don't know yet. You're part of the study now. It really is amazing times we're living through, where they're literally deplatforming people for putting information out that they should be telling the people before they get the shots. That's what to get the consent, you have to inform them of the risks of what might happen to you. So why are they deplatforming people who are telling the people about the risks? Why are they suppressing the informed part of the consent? Another thing to remember too is fintech, it's called, financial industry, undergoing rapid technological change, because they're really rushing through all the digital stuff now, the cashless society, but it's completely tied in with your credit rating, the social credit rating, as well as the physical, the real credit rating, and like commercial or financial. And it says recent International Monetary Fund and ECB staff research distinguishes two areas of financial innovation. One is information, new tools to collect and analyze data on customers. We're all under the gun now, For example, for determining creditworthiness, to see if you're creditworthy, but another is the communication approach to customer relationships and distribution of financial products. We argue that each dimension contains some transformative components. Most transformative information innovation is an increase in the use of new types of data coming from the digital footprint of customers' various online activities, mainly for creditworthiness analysis. Credit scoring using so-called hard information, income, employment, and so on, is nothing new. Typically, the more data is available, the more accurate is the assessment. But this method has two problems. First is hard information tends to be pro-cyclical. It boosts credit expansion in good times, but exacerbates contraction during downturns. Then you go into the second form of it too. But really, it's to do with all types of data that you're doing. This is your social credit. It says, fintech resolves a dilemma by tapping various non-financial data about you, right? The type of browser and hardware used to access the internet that you're using as well. The history of online searches of what you're looking at. And purchases as well. Recent research documents that once powerful or powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning, these alternative data sources are often superior than traditional credit assessment methods. See, it's a whole system for the total social credit. And they'll see everything that you've looked up. And then they'll have to say, well, why did they look at this? Why are they interested in this or that? Maybe it's not a good thing that they're looking at this or that, however. Maybe we should downgrade his actual physical credit rating until he complies or stops looking at or looking into this topic or that topic, etc., etc., etc. See? So you can see where it's all supposed to go. China's already got it, you see. And they've tested it out there pretty thoroughly, in fact. There've even some documentaries out where folk can't even get into a library anymore. As soon as they try to get through the doors, alarms go off because their facial recognition triggers it because they've been deemed bad, got bad social credit. You know. You're a bad person. You complained about the government once, so you must be anti-government. No, I was just talking about my social security was cut off. And you're a bad person. You're living in utopia. You're obviously mentally ill. Off with them. Yeah. That's how it works, folks. And now it says, this is winter, eh? Folk who come from Britain and who still live in Britain, obviously, but who live abroad, will always remember being a child and the rotten winters, the damp, cold winters you'd have. That's what I always remember is the dampness, not so much just the snow and so on up north, but you would get the dampness and runny noses. Well, 1 million people in Northwest are told to get COVID tests now if they have a runny nose. This is winter. Right? This is it, folks. This is when almost every child's got a common cold, and adults get it off and on as well. See, everything now is COVID. They don't get common colds now. It's gone. The flu's gone as well. Everybody's COVID. Eh? Let's not get facts get in the way here. Eh? One of the articles too in Australia has to do with auditing of. They want the Auditor General to investigate JobKeepers, or after it was used to pay dividends to the bigwigs, and bonuses. An audit of the scheme will examine issues including whether the Australian Taxation Office has put in place effective measures to protect the integrity of JobKeeper payments, it says. Follows a request in December from the opposition frontbencher who said it was vital that the scheme, which was the single biggest in Australian history, receive proper scrutiny. I mean, there's folk getting rich off the money that's getting dished out all over the planet. It isn't just the vaccine companies and the mask makers and all the rest of them. It says the Morrison government has been extremely secretive about JobKeeper, he said Tuesday night. They refused to tell the public how much JobKeeper was paid to firms that increased their profits in 2020, and refused to say how much went to firms that paid executive bonuses. Wow. Everything's corrupt, folks. It's the old club, the big club. So you got the vaccine, can you still infect people? Pfizer is trying to find out. Now remember this article in relation to what I've already said about you're part of the experiment, you see, which also whacks away at the newspapers who tell you it's perfectly safe. You can't say it's safe until you've done all the trials. They can take years. This vaccine didn't take years. It was rammed through, past all the, even through past the animal testing. Right? So Pfizer's trying to find out if you can still infect people. And it says, for now, even if you've had the COVID-19 or been given a shot, it's smart to keep your mask on. Really? So it says Sebastian Detoma joined Pfizer's clinical trial last year, getting his shots in August and September. The Argentinian journalist still doesn't know if he got the real COVID-19 vaccine or the placebo. But on Sunday, January 31st, the trial doctors called him with a new offer. Would he be willing to undergo a series of nasal swabs to regularly test for the virus? He says the doctors offered to send Cobify, a Spanish ride-sharing service, to bring him to the hospital Militar in Buenos Aires. They'll swab me on the go through the car window, and that's it, says Detoma. I wouldn't sniff at that, would you? It depends how much they pay. But he says the extra coronavirus tests being offered to some volunteers in Argentina and in the US are part of a plan by Pfizer to help answer a key COVID unknown: how often vaccinated people develop asymptomatic coronavirus infections, as is after the shot, and where they can still spread the virus despite getting the shot. So how can they say it's safe when they don't even know all these things yet? And and can be contagious to other people, etc. Whether or not the vaccines stop onward transmission of the virus is likely to be a critical variable in determining how the pandemic plays out. And I won't even repeat this part about life going back to normal, because they've already told us it's not supposed to go back to normal. Right now, researchers say their best guess is the vaccines will reduce transmission. I'll say that again for the hard of thinking. Right now, the researchers say their best guess is that vaccines, their best guess is guess, is that vaccines will reduce transmission, but may not prevent it entirely. So there's a complete contradiction of it may not prevent it entirely. Well, maybe not prevent it at all. When you put may in the question, anything's up for grabs. And when it's a best guess, then anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's guess, right? This is from the professionals here, folks. From the companies that make it. We don't know, but it's an important question because the answer will influence mask wearing. It'll influence behavior. It relates to comfort, going to restaurants and movies, and the overall benefit we can expect with vaccines, says Lawrence Corey, who leads operations for the COVID-19 Prevention Network, which carried out several US vaccine trials. And it says there are 3 things a vaccine can do: stop you from acquiring the disease. Now, that a vaccine can do, right? Just said a vaccine can do. This is the theory, right, behind them. To stop you acquiring the disease altogether, stop onward transmission, and stop symptoms, says Jeffrey Shaman. Maybe that's the guesser, I don't know. A public health researcher at Columbia University. A perfect vaccine would create what is called sterilizing immunity, right? Perfect vaccine, which means the virus can't get a foothold in your body at all, okay? And don't forget, natural immunity can give you that perfect sterilizing immunity, because once you've got it, that's you immune, right? Anyway, it says some inoculations, however, do allow low-level infections that people's immune systems fight off without any symptoms. Their bodies still accumulate a certain quantity of the virus, which they may be able to transmit to others. Then you're a carrier in that case, right? The reason we don't know how well vaccines stop this transmission is that it's expensive and complicated to measure. When companies like Pfizer, Novavax is called Novavax, Moderna Therapeutics, and others launched big studies of their new COVID-19 vaccines last year, they were testing whether the vaccines could prevent people who caught the disease from getting sick or dying. The results on that count were impressive. Hardly anyone who is vaccinated ends up in ICU on a respirator. I'll just toss into the articles I mentioned at the time about that, because remember that Fauci and others had called off giving them the third part of the trial, which is the challenge test. But they've had the vaccines and you expose them to the actual real virus. And they didn't do it. Remember those articles? I've got them here. I might put them up if I can find them again. But they were called off, and the Fauci even said they didn't want to. They are folk who are experimenting with the vaccine, the actual ones who are the volunteers, paid volunteers. They didn't want them getting sick, maybe, young people. Well, that sounded crazy at the time. Why would you deny giving them the challenge test? They were the people who were going to see if it was workable or not. And then give the challenge test to the general population who would be part of the trial then. And if it's a disaster, it's going to be a much bigger disaster, isn't it? Anyway. It says what they didn't measure was the indirect effect of vaccines in preventing the further spread of the virus, even though some computer models, here we go again, have predicted that blocking transmission could save more lives. So it's all based in computer modeling, just like Neil Ferguson. Says one model published in August by a team at Emory University found that a vaccine is good at stopping spread. This is a computer. A computer will churn out whatever you feed into it, folks. So the computer claims, right, that it's good at stopping spread, but not very good at stopping the disease. And it would still lead to fewer deaths overall, because it would slow the outbreak enough to reduce the total number of people who get infected. So a step towards understanding how often vaccinated people spread the virus is what Pfizer is doing now, trying to figure out whether people like Toma are getting infected without ever feeling sick. And this goes on in this article, and you can read it yourselves. But everything's may and maybe and guesses and guesses. I like guesses, very scientific guess, And you're part of when you get the vaccine, you're part of the next step of it, stage of it, of the testing. You're part of the test to see what's going to happen. Interesting terminology too. To be perfect vaccination would be sterile. You see, I guess that's the term that Bell was using. But maybe 40 to 60 would become totally sterile. Hopefully, he was talking about they wouldn't get any of the disease at all, But probably not. Who knows? Now, again, have you watched this for years as our countries are going down the tubes deliberately, and again the open door policies for mass migration as the countries are going down the tubes. This is war scenarios, total war, to bring in a different system once you've collapsed all your systems. You understand that it's total war. Why else would you bring in mass migration, have to put up lots of people in hotels, costing billions of pounds or dollars every week, in fact, some of them, and give them treatments for all kinds of things as well. It's all money from the taxpayer, board money, and still doing it during pandemics, when the country's locked down. Why do you be doing all that at the same time? This is exacerbating the problems, which is, of course, unless it's intended to bring in a new system, after you have total collapse. And that's the purpose. So logic dictates this is what's happening. Logic, pure logic and reasoning. Oh, of course it is. And then they tell you too, I've watched it for years, the domestic populations, as they end up on the streets, more and more and more of them, destitute, because people are still getting evicted from homes. And now it's a war of who gets the homes, the newly arrived migrants, or the folk who've been on waiting lists for years, etc. There's all these different corporations vying for power for the same resources. But when you have populations where you again have accepted what's happened to people ending up on the streets, and the cheapening of life, and the euthanization of the elderly, and now bioethically, well, let's just get used to not treating them at all for disease, not just COVID. Let's just let them die, or even help them die. There's nothing left to fight for in your system when you accept this. There's nothing left. You're totally conquered. And you accept it. That's when you go into self-destruction. As I mentioned earlier in the talk. Happened to American native communities. It's happened to other ones in Africa, parts of Africa. And now it's happening to you. Total war has been waged upon you in 1,000 ways, and most folk are completely oblivious that this was a war. Planned, directed, implemented. Because logic can't figure out why this is all happening. And you're still bringing in masses of people. And your own folk are ending up on the streets. Australia's the same. Britain's the same. This article here is just reminiscent of, and of course of the homeless in the States too. Incredible. A local council confiscates and destroys homeless women's possessions during lockdown. Just an example of a story, right? Local council in Perth, Australia, right, confiscated the meagre belongings of a homeless woman located at a public park where she'd been sleeping, and they affixed labels warning of a $5,000 fine for illegal dumping before destroying her belongings. 41-year-old Vivian Porter, originally from Alice Springs, had been sleeping rough in Victoria Park, Perth, with a group of other Indigenous people for about a year. She'd just been released from a hospital when Premier Mark McGowan announced a citywide lockdown. Next day, the group were approached by police and told to disperse. Oh, gee. With nowhere to go, Miss Porter wandered the streets for a few hours before returning to the park to find that her possessions, including a mattress, pillows, and clothing, were marked with infringement notices advising a $5,000 applies for a fine, I guess, for illegal dumping, it says. Next day, her bedding and other possessions had been destroyed. So these shelters in Western Australia are stretched to capacity, and recent lockdowns have only made the situation worse. She says Porter is currently on the waiting list for social housing. But don't forget, again, what I'm saying, they're all competing with mass migration is coming in too, and refugees, as I like to call them now, and so on. This is all deliberate, folks, you know. So it says Shelter West Australia estimates around 1,000 people are sleeping in the streets across Western Australia every day, and there are more than 15,700 households on the wait list for social housing. But yeah, you're all just evaluated by your worth to society and discarded, as simple as that, you know. Priorities to do with, well, elevated groups, you know. That's what they are. You've got a special status, you know, belong to a special group. I said this years ago, you'll have to belong to special groups, you know, to get any rights at all. If you don't belong to groups, you'll have nobody to speak for you. Nobody will stand up with numbers for you. Won't happen. And we're here. Of course we're here. I'm not finished yet, folks, but remember, cuttingthroughmatrix.com. Got to keep saying it every hour or so. Send a few bucks my way, and that helps me go along. So I'm not backed by any organisation. I've no axe to grind, and I certainly won't mislead people intentionally. We can guarantee you that. And I've no politics to push either, because we've been living in a farce my whole life long when it comes to politics, and the media is a horrible system today. It's always been that way too. You had some decent articles over years ago, and then you saw them suddenly change when the agreements were reached internationally, and laws were put out to restrict journalists from giving their own personal opinions on things, commentaries and so on. And I went through the articles in Britain when that happened, and the ones in Australia. The British Commonwealth countries were the first ones to implement them, but I saw it happening in the US at the same time, where agreements had been made that they could only talk about certain things and not mention other things. And when they talked about certain things, they would tell you exactly what they could say and couldn't say, you know. That's really how it's worked out today. But before that, you used to have at least occasionally you get a good article here and there. Today it's terrible when I see the uniformity of the media. Why not just have one news outlet for the planet? I mean, that's where it's coming to, you understand? And that's what it should be. Because if all the rest of the media are parroting the exact same word-for-word news as all the rest of them, all the authorized stuff, then what's the point in having the pretentiousness of them? Well, we're really different. We're a different name than the other ones. You know? That's the only thing that's different. So there you go. So send a few bucks my way and help me tick along here now. Also, this article was in Global Research, I think in 2009 originally, and then republished this month, this year. And remember the fake 2009 H1N1 swine flu pandemic I've put it up before, but it's worthwhile putting it up again. Manipulating the data to justify a worldwide public health emergency. It was true enough how they tried all this before with the H1N1 2009, and how they manipulated the data then to massively to try to get folk to take vaccinations. And they again, using the same techniques, the same psychologists, as many as 2 billion people could become infected over the next 2 years. Nearly 1/3 of the population of the planet, they said, from the World Health Organization. Report by the Western media, July 2009. Oh my goodness, a multi-billion bonanza for Big Pharma, supported by the WHO's Director General, Margaret Chan. She was in it at the time. I remember doing the stories at the time. And Margaret Chan made the following statement in 2009. On the basis of expert assessment of the evidence, the scientific criteria for an influenza pandemic have been met. I have therefore decided to raise the level of influenza pandemic alert from phase 5 to phase 6. The world is now at the start of the 2009 influenza pandemic, she says. There you go. And it says, what expert assessments? In a subsequent statement, she confirms that vaccine makers could produce 4.9 billion pandemic flu shots per year in the best case scenario. Yeah. A financial windfall of big pharma vaccine producers, including GlaxoSmithKline, Novartis, Merck & Company, Sanofi, Pfizer, et al. The same big pharma companies are also behind the coronavirus pandemic. And this goes on to a good article to read, just to show you that nothing's ever as is portrayed to you. Really nothing, you know. And how they fudged the figures. And I remember at the time when the doctors were eventually told by their own specialists, you know, every nation was given their own specialists, and they were told to just put everybody down with any symptoms at all of the flu or a cold or whatever down as that particular flu, without any testing whatsoever. Even just phoning them in, that's what they did, you know. For numbers, you see, numbers are awfully effective. Government urges remaining over 70s to come forward and get the COVID vaccine, right? So ministers as politicians, it says they're confident it will hit the UK's wide target of offering a coronavirus vaccine to all those most at risk, including everyone aged 70 and above, by Monday's deadline. I don't like that term when you want to give it over 70s deadline, you know. I should get these, you know, these marketers on board here and tell them, like, you're going to start using your heads here, you know. I'm surprised the psychologists and behaviourists missed that one. So the health secretary, Matt Hancock, said he hoped a combination of jabs and new treatments, what they are, will mean COVID-19 could be a treatable disease by the end of the year. Well, even, it better tell me, read other papers, but it tells you it's never going to go away, for goodness sake, eh? Yeah. And now some countries are withdrawing the order to vaccinate folk over 65 because the terrible things have happened. I think they dropped it in France as well. But not Britain. No, Britain's in for the long haul here, you know. And another article here too. This one is also from Global Research, this article here. Government and media are proven to be lying to the public about COVID pandemic. And it's from February 13th. New York City, already a world epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak, sharply increased its death toll by more than 3,700 victims on Tuesday, after officials said they were now including people who had never tested positive for the virus but were presumed to have died of it. So they never tested positive, they didn't test them for it, right? But they're presumed to have died of it, right? Presume. That's very scientific too, right? New figures released by the city's health department drove up the number of people killed in New York City to more than 10,000 and appeared to increase the overall United States death count by 17% to more than 26,000. Well, they're all at it. So medical doctor Montana explains that CV-19 and infection numbers are being faked by US government, and it gives you the links to them here. And German virus expert declares social distance isn't based on science. It isn't. It was dreamed up by a young schoolgirl who was given a project, and she wanted to get really good markings to get into the university. And her daddy worked for the military-industrial complex. I did the talks a few months back there on that one. And so he worked with computers and worked up a program for her. So it's all computer modeling. That's where they came up with the 6 feet apart idea, you know. Not based on any science at all. But anyway, it says at this added link, Dr. Andrew Kaufman clearly explains the faults in the testing system and explains why there's no. He doesn't think the virus is really out there. You know, certainly not in the quantities they're telling you. And a Canadian nurse comes forward to testify that CV-19 death and infection numbers are being faked. The links are all here to these, every one of these articles, by the way. All the links are there, you know. So you can take it to examine for yourselves. Because you must always come to your own conclusions, folks. It's incredible times to be alive in such times of deceit, you know. It's like George Orwell said, to be a totalitarian system. In his book 1984, where it says in it, speaking the truth in such really a totalitarian system, basically. So it's kind of paraphrasing it, but speaking the truth is likened to a revolutionary act by the authorities, just speaking the truth. You're obviously a revolutionary, you see. You're a terrorist. So it'd be a terrorist act to speak by speaking the truth. In a time of universal deceit, that's what he said. Speaking the truth would be considered a revolutionary act. What's a terrorist act, you see? Can't have that. And you're seeing that, huh? There can be only one God opinion from the capstone, eh? That's all you can parrot. That was always used for democracy. When you was talking about totalitarian systems like communism, well, we're democratic. We have all kinds of opinions. You see, we have freedom of speech. Well, where did all that go, folks? You don't have that at all now. You're punished severely now by your system. So what kind of system are we really living in now? I hope you're not going to go out and vote for it again. Dozens of people developed rare blood disorder after taking coronavirus vaccines. I mentioned that one before from a different article. This one's RT. This is one too about an obstetrician as an example who died with hemorrhaging, thrombocytopenia. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It's been happening. Immune thrombocytopenia. Yeah. One patient contacted by the Times, it's a newspaper I guess, suffered heavy vaginal bleeding 2 weeks after receiving Moderna's vaccine and required platelet transfusions and steroid treatment to survive. Another woman was hospitalized with bruising, because start bruising, you see, as you start to hemorrhage, and bleeding blisters in the mouth just a day after receiving the same shot. Her condition deteriorated to the point where doctors concerned that a slight knock would trigger fatal bleeding, bad hemorrhage, and were afraid to move her from the hospital bed. Just movement could do it. And immediately they said, well, the cases can't all conclusively linked with the vaccines. So, but Dr. James Bussell, a hematologist and expert on the condition, told the Times that an association is possible. Having it happen after a vaccine is well known. See, it's well known to happen, and has been seen with many other vaccines. He said, why it happens, we don't know. This guy should be fired for saying what he just said there. Telling the truth, eh? Telling the truth. In a time of universal deceit, can be considered a revolutionary act. There you go. Government consigned Israeli population to be human subjects in a massive experiment. And this one here is, it's got its combination actually. It's got Israel Paper and also the BBC. So go through the one when they gave the Pfizer announcement this vaccine was 90% effective. And it says they'd ordered millions of doses of Moderna and AstraZeneca, but none from the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. How then did Israel procure an estimated 45 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine in December 2020, enough to vaccinate at least 2 million people? They got it from Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, it says. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sought to show that how he single-handedly saved the day, as did Donald Trump, when he launched Operation Warp Speed to accelerate the production and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. Both heads of state entered into secret contracts with vaccine manufacturers. Both failed to disclose to their constituents that the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines are experimental. Not were, but are experimental. There you go. So I'll put this article up too, because a few folk have died there too. Another one's got awfully sick in Israel as well. And then you get into old articles as well to do with a time for a rewrite. The genetic code of the planet is under attack. You always get these articles. This is an old one. I think maybe initially it was an old one. But anyway, or maybe it's a later one too. But anyway, it says the Edge billionaire, right? Dinner, it says, comparable to the secretive Bilderberg Group, is an annual gathering of tech elites that has hosted Jeffrey Epstein, Craig Venter, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, Bill Joy, and many others. Physicist Freeman Dyson described the individuals leading the group as having godlike powers to create entirely new species on Earth in a new age of wonder. He describes them as a new generation of artists writing genomes as fluently as Blake and Byron wrote verses, might create an abundance of new flowers and fruit and trees and birds to enrich the ecology of our planet. It'll be genetic modifications of everything on the planet. As revealed in the 2005 book, The Google Story, Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin met with Craig Venter, credited with creating synthetic life, at the Edge billionaires meeting. Also present were representatives from the U.S. State Department, Bill Gates and Wojcicki, Bill Joy, and dozens of other tech company CEOs and scientists. And also touches on to coronavirus vaccine to use synthetic DNA created by computers. The New York Times reported on developing technology developed in 2015. That's the base model I'm talking about, that Gates talked about, right? As the Times reported, then animal tests on the synthetic DNA vaccine are essentially re-engineering the animals to resist disease. That's the theory behind it. Doesn't mean it's a fact, it's a theory. Now, research backed by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation will use genetic code created by computers in a potential coronavirus vaccine. And they believe that they can do better with nature, with self-assembling nanoparticles that will be injected into your body. And they want to use other technology to open the cells and deliver synthetic DNA. Sounds very promising, doesn't it? Oh. And this article here too is interesting. To me it's interesting. And it says, in the shadow of that hideous strength, the UN's proposed alliance with big data to know where you are and what you're doing. I put this up before. And this is put up initially in 2016, but I mentioned it maybe last week, the week before as well. And it goes into capitalism married to scientific research, with the sword of the state blazing the way. Enter that hideous strength and C.S. Lewis's scathing yet prophetic portrayal of a science unhinged from objective truth and sold out in the pursuit of power. A good little article. But the UN definitely, the Commission on Population and Development, and don't forget the Department of the Population, by the way, we used to call it the Department of Population Control, was actually set up for the United Nations by David Rockefeller, because that was its initial purpose. So now it's called Department of Population and Development. One of 10 commissions in the Economic Social Council, ECOSOC, ranging anywhere from the Forum on Forests, UNFF, to the status of women, and through starch dry and benignly titled commissions, the UN elite seeks to control the economic and social development of the world. They want entire data on everyone on a daily basis, by the way, like all data. And that's about it, I guess. I could go on and on, but it's already over 4 hours, so I'll have to stop it there. Remember, send a few bucks, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And hopefully I'll take along. Go into my actual website though. And remember, if you can't get it up in other outlets, because a lot of people put it up too, after I put it up, you can always get mine first at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And you'll see the latest ones there every Sunday night. Because sometimes it takes a day, sometimes two, to go up into other sites. And whatever I put up, you'll hear repeated by a lot of talk show hosts, by the way. On the Monday and Tuesday and Wednesdays. It's just comical sometimes. So send a few bucks my way and I'll keep going, hopefully. And I'll try and keep warm because it's still rather freezing up this way. in Canada, Northern Ontario. So for myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night. May your God or your gods go with you.